Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of Visioning a Better America conference, a conference of citizens that has been planned for 3 years and was always intended to be held in Congress. But unfortunately, a week or so ago, the Sergeant of Arms of the House of Representatives had to close all congressional rooms to conferences because of the continuing trauma and threat of domestic terrorists from January 6th on. But here we are live streaming, presenting 25 citizens who will talk about their work to make a better America as embodied in our founding documents. Here is the pocket version of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence that most members of Congress and Supreme Court justices carry in their pocket. And you often see them when they're being interviewed on television, as Justice Stephen Breyer did last week when he was interviewed on the PBS NewsHour. He took out this from his pocket to show how dear it was and how he carries it with him. And as it says in the beginning of the Constitution, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union. The founders knew that they were not perfect, and they wanted their progeny, future citizens, to make it more perfect. And so we're happy to bring you 25 citizens of our 328 million fellow citizens who have been working to make a better America. And I'm delighted to introduce this morning Dr. Sabine O'Hara, who will speak on the future of food, reconnecting with nature. Dr. O'Hara is a researcher, an educator, a persistent, innovative, and caring person. Dr. O'Hara is a teacher, mentor, researcher, and administrator committed to improving the quality of life and economic opportunity in underserved communities. She holds doctoral and master's degrees in agricultural and environmental economics and leads an innovative PhD program in urban leadership and entrepreneurship at the University of the District of Columbia, UDC, the only exclusively urban land-grant university in the United States. As you know, the Land Grant Act was signed by Abraham Lincoln, our greatest visionary leader. Previously, she was Dean of the College of Agriculture, Urban Sustainability and Environmental Sciences, and led UDC building a new model for urban agriculture and sustainability for students and residents in a poor neighborhood of DC to create successful careers in the green, innovative economy. Dr. O'Hara served as president of Roanoke College in Virginia, provost of Green Mountain College in Vermont, faculty member at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in New York, and executive director of the Council for International Exchange of Students, which administers the Fulbright Scholar Program. I'm delighted to bring you Dr. O'Hara, and please correct me if I mispronounced your first name.
Yeah, it's Sabine. Thank you so much for this Thank you so much for this generous introduction. So my name is also a giveaway that I'm a bit of an internationalist. I'm a naturalized United States citizen, originally from Germany, and fell madly in love with an American of Irish descent. So there you have it.
Wonderful. That's America.
That's America. That's the interesting combination of many of our names, isn't it? So thank you so much for putting this conference together. It is really an honor and a pleasure to be here this morning to speak to you about food. And in the introduction you just heard, about the University of the District of Columbia's rich history as both a historically Black college and university and an 1862 land grant. So those of you who are familiar with the history of land grant universities in the United States will know that that was the first group of land grants that was chartered at that time, with a distinct mission of not only educating people on campuses, but also to provide capacity building education outside of the walls of the university. And of course, the United States economy, as basically every economy in the world at that time in 1862, the core of the economy was agriculture and food. And so that capacity building mission focused largely on food. And so it is this interesting history that puts the University of the District of Columbia, which is definitely in an urban context, but it has this focus on food and agriculture that comes with the land grant mission. And so apart from being a foodie myself, I just love food and food cultures. But quite apart from that, as a researcher, I am very intrigued with food because it is so important. And so let me highlight why I say that. Food is universal. We all need to eat. There is really no option. It fuels our bodies. It gives us energy. But it also is very personal because we have likes and dislikes about food. Food is also cultural. It expresses who we belong to. I'm sure all of you can come up with some ideas of food immediately when it comes to not only the big festivals like Thanksgiving, for example, where we have certain foods and it's very much part of the American culture. But I'm sure all of you can also think of some more personal food cultures. Since my birthday is in October, my birthday cake was always hazelnut cake, because by then most of the fruit in Northern Europe was gone. And so there are certain foods that we associate with times of the years, with seasons, with cultures. Some of us are into spicy food or pickle everything, and some of us like it a little bit milder. So food also connects us with nature. And if you've ever gardened and if you've ever taught a kid to garden, you know what I mean. There is nothing that can replace this feeling in the springtime for me when I'm in the garden the first time and I get my hands dirty and I confess to be a gardener. Don't tell that to the land grant educators. I confess to being a gardener who occasionally takes her shoes off because I love that feeling of the soil. And so it connects us also to each other, because a lot of times we garden with other people or for other people. We grow food for our own consumption, but we also share food. And on a more technical side, food connects us with a number of other sectors of the economy. It's not just agriculture that has to do with food in terms of the economy, but it's the tractor makers, the fertilizer makers, the pesticide makers, it's the restaurants, it's the hospitality sector, grocery stores. I can go on and on. So when you add that all up, food has an enormous influence on our lives, personally, in terms of community, but also in terms of the economy. It doesn't just fuel our bodies, it fuels a whole lot more, including many, many jobs. But there's also a downside to food, or at least to the way we do food in the United States. Food appropriates 70% of our fresh water. Agriculture appropriates 70% of our fresh water. In the United States, almost 15% of greenhouse gas emissions stem from food transportation, because it turns out that California is our largest vegetable producers, and turns out Texas, as a matter of fact, is our largest meat producer. And both locations are far from the population centers on the East Coast. So our food travels enormous distances, and in doing so, it appropriates enormous amounts of natural resources that then also release CO2 and other emissions that contribute to our climate change, to air pollution, and so forth. In fact, worldwide, it's estimated that almost 25% of CO2 emissions stem from food transportation. And of course, in the United States, many of the foods that you and I may think of when we talk about food, namely vegetables and fruits, are really imported. They're not produced in the United States. In the United States, our agricultural system focuses largely on what the United States Department of Agriculture would call cash crops. That's corn, soybeans, grains. Some of them are not even used for food, but they are fuel, ethanol. Corn goes into ethanol production, and certainly into animal feed. Our food system also has downside when it comes to human health. What I've just described to you, this food system where food is produced in very distant places, distant from where the consumers live, has health impacts as well. There is a lot of food loss in this transportation chain, but food also loses its nutrient density when it takes a long time between when we harvest it and when it actually ends up on our plates. Because if you spend a lot of time in transportation and storage, you can imagine that those tomatoes cannot possibly be harvested fully ripe, because otherwise they would arrive in our households as tomato sauce or something akin to that. So a lot of times our vegetables, our fruits are harvested a little bit earlier, so they can endure this time it takes to get it to us as consumers. And so they're not harvested at nutrient peak. And you taste that difference when you have a tomato that was harvested early and then ripened, sometimes with the addition of other supplements to make it turn red a little bit more quickly. And you taste the difference between that and the tomato that you just picked out of your backyard. Food is also distributed unevenly. Some of our neighborhoods have full service grocery stores. Here in the District of Columbia, if you go to the northwest corner of the district, we have ample grocery stores, full service stores that sell fresh, unprocessed fruits and vegetables. And then you go to other parts of town, especially east of the Anacostia River in Ward 7 and 8 in the district, which is sort of divided into administrative areas that are called the wards. So the wards east of the river have very few grocery stores. Ward 7 and 8 have roughly one grocery store for 70,000 people. Now, that limits access to fresh, unprocessed food. And as a result, food access is very uneven. Some people have an easy time getting access to fresh, unprocessed food. For some people, it's very difficult. So food access is not only a matter of income, it is that too, because there are many households in the United States that simply don't have enough money to get food on the table for their families. But then there is another food access problem, namely not access to the right food, but to food that's highly processed. Many of our neighborhoods that don't have full service access to unprocessed food gets sold at the gas station. Well, that's not the kind of food you want to eat before you go to school. It's often full of sugar, fat, salt, not the kind of food content that makes for an active and healthy life and supports an active and healthy lifestyle. The USDA actually calls that food insecurity. And we have food insecurity on two counts: not enough food and not enough of the right food. And so we need to address that kind of food insecurity as part of our food system. The numbers are staggering. Here in the nation's capital, in Washington, D.C., over 30% of D.C. households with children say they were unable to afford either enough food or enough healthy food because healthy food is more costly. That's a staggering number. Over 30% of households with children in the nation's capital. And of course, you can imagine other parts of the country have similarly shocking numbers, particularly in the South. Now, COVID has put a bright spotlight on the issues with our food system. Because we learned about long supply chains that collapsed, and we couldn't get, for a while, we couldn't get pork, and then we couldn't get some other things. And we learned that the food is processed in sometimes ways that we wouldn't support as consumers if we knew about it. We learned about massive COVID outbreaks in meatpacking plants. And we learned about massive COVID outbreaks among farm workers who come often from Central America and then work in conditions that we wouldn't be able to support. I certainly wouldn't as a consumer. If I knew how this food was produced, I would want to change it. Now, that's what is before us. So why is this happening? Why do we have a food system that is so highly centralized and that has social impacts and environmental impacts that are plainly negative? And those challenges will increase as we face a future by 2050, we are told, that's not so far away, where we have to feed 10 billion people globally. So we need more food, but we also need better food that addresses the negative environmental impacts and the negative social impacts. So I would submit to you that a big part of this problem is that we think of food production, in fact, like everything else in the economy, we think of it very linearly. We say, okay, so we need inputs, we need fertilizer, we need water, we need machines, we need the seeds, we put them in the ground, and then we produce food, and then we put it somewhere. Well, wait a minute. That's not how nature works. And I just told you that food connects us to nature like maybe nothing else in our economy. But in fact, our whole economy doesn't work that way. In fact, it works as a cycle. We produce, we use the inputs to produce, but in the production process, there are already circular impacts. If the water that runs off the field still has too many nitrates in it, instead of those nitrates going into our food, they go into our water. And they cause what's called eutrophication. They actually fertilize our surface waters. And so then we have algae growth and our fish die because they don't have enough oxygen and the whole rest of it. The same happens in the transportation, right? Transportation is not just bringing the food from the farm to the fork, but in the process of doing so, we create greenhouse gas emissions, we create CO2, we have other air pollutants that go into the cold chain. That's the technical term for food needs to be stored in cold spaces. On the way, it uses up a lot of energy. And so there too is a cycle. And then there is a cycle when the food comes to us as consumers. Because if we simply put the leftover foods that we forgot about in the back of our refrigerator, right? If we put that down the garbage disposal, it creates problems in our water treatment plants. So why don't we collect it and turn it into compost? Because there is a way to close the cycle. Food can be used to create energy, to enhance soils. It can, in fact, be used to absorb CO2. Plants have the genius way of doing that. They actually take up the CO2 and breathe out oxygen. And we need that oxygen as people to breathe. And then we breathe out the CO2 that the green plants need. So This is a cycle, and we should really rethink the way, or we must rethink the way in which our economy works. Why does it work like a linear throughput system? Why does it not work like a cyclical system that closes the loop whenever possible? Because you see what food teaches us. Food is a resource, but food can also be a sink. In fact, these cycles of nature remind us that everything has a source and a sink. Now, what is a sink? Now, think about it. You have a sink in your bathroom and in your kitchen. What's the sink for? You put a cup under your faucet, the water runs over the top, and you need that sink to catch it. That's what sinks do. They catch the spillover, they catch the emissions, and they catch the waste. So environmental sinks, for example, are oceans. Turns out oceans absorb CO2. Soils also absorb carbon. They also happen to filter water. Plants absorb CO2. So there are a lot of ways in which the environment serves as a sink. But when we've overloaded our sinks, well, what happens if your sink gets overloaded in your kitchen and in your bathroom? Oh, now it can't take up anymore. And if it can't take up anymore, eventually it spills over the edge and it makes a big mess on your bathroom floor and your kitchen floor. Well, that's about the point where we are right now with our environment. We have overloaded the sinks, and there are consequences. Turns out our bodies are sink too, because we take up pollutants, we take up the waste products that have been dispersed into our water and into our air. So our bodies are sinks. And we see that in some of our food desert neighborhoods and in the neighborhoods where we haven't paid attention to healthy green spaces. People get sick. And so we don't have to be surprised if we have very high levels of obesity, diabetes, hypertension in areas where we haven't paid attention to a healthy circular food system. Our bodies act as sinks for those negative side effects of an unhealthy food system. Oh, by the way, our family units can be sinks too, because if I'm really stressed, I'm going to take that stress home, and I require love and care and nurture. And if I don't get that love and care and nurture, you know what? I'm not going to show up very well at work tomorrow morning, and I'm not going to possibly be as productive as I could be if somebody had absorbed my stress and had helped me cope with it. So our communities are sinks. Our communities act as sinks for our stresses, for the disconnects in our lives, and for the dramas we experience in our lives. We rely on our communities to support us. We rely on friends. We rely on those we can identify with to learn, to enjoy, to share a meal. So we don't often think about those kinds of sinks that I call social sinks. So at the University of the District of Columbia, the only exclusively urban land grant in the United States, we set out to create a more circular food system. We just wanted to see if it can be done. And so we set out to create what we call our urban food hubs. And let me share a couple of pictures with you from our urban food hubs. Can you see that? So this is a very different food system. We say, okay, this food system needs to be circular. So it needs to be about producing the food, and we do that in urban settings. So we do it very differently than you would see on large farms. So sometimes we don't use soil at all. Sometimes we use hydroponic and aquaponic systems to avoid areas where soil is polluted. And it turns out these high-tech ways of growing food vertically rather than horizontally in vertical systems, sometimes indoors, are pretty efficient ways of growing a lot of food in very small spaces. But then it's also about processing the food in healthy ways and using that opportunity of food preparation to also talk about healthy diets and good nutrition and age-appropriate diets, because what you need when you are a 17-year-old male, and believe me, I know this, I've raised 3 sons, they eat you out of house and home. And so their caloric needs are very different than mine as a 60-something-year-old woman, okay? So things change over time. And so what is a good diet, a healthy diet, changes too. And so in our food preparation efforts, we also need to pay attention to this very important teaching good and healthy eating habits. The third component of the urban food hubs is distribution. Food we are accustomed to buying in grocery stores, but of course we've all seen the growth of farmers markets. And then there are CSAs, community-supported agriculture, where you buy food not by the pound, not in a store, but you get it delivered from a farm, and either a pickup hub or to a or directly to your doorstep. But there are other distribution systems. Think about this. One of the genius ones I think that we've come up with here in Washington, D.C. is what's called veggie prescription. Instead of getting a prescription of medicine, some of our health providers give you a veggie prescription that is a coupon to a local farmer's market. So there are many different ways of distributing foods that take a little bit creativity and thinking through of how can we improve access to healthy food. And last but not least, a really important component of this circular food system is waste and water recovery. So using as little water as possible. And these hydroponic and aquaponic systems that I've mentioned, they use only 10% of the water of conventional agriculture because the water is circulated. And some of them also use almost no fertilizer. The one you see up here in the upper left corner, that's part of an aquaponic system where you have fish tanks, and the fish excrement becomes the fertilizer for the plants. The plants take up the nutrients and the water cycles back into the fish tanks. And so it's a recirculating system that uses very little water and very little fertilizer. So we recover water wherever possible, but we also recover the food waste. Any food clippings during the food production process are composted, or they can be converted into energy through what's called biodigestion, where you create an anaerobic environment for the food waste to create energy. So we've been building this urban food system in Washington, D.C. This is a location in Ward 7. That was an early stage. If you go there now, it looks very, very different. It's actually a thriving community garden and a small greenhouse to start up plants in the spring. This is a food truck that helps with the second component of food preparation and sharing information about nutrition. These are just some pictures of our four food hubs located in Ward 7, Ward 8, Ward 5, and also on our main campus at Van Ness. That is not a food desert in Northwest in Ward 3, but we needed a demonstration site to also teach all these different ways of growing food and sharing food in community. So what have we learned from this work of building urban food systems right in our nation's? Well, we've learned that we definitely need a different kind of food system across the country. We need a food system that is decentralized rather than highly centralized. A food system that has short supply chains. And if we ever needed to learn that lesson, COVID has taught us that lesson and continues to teach us that lesson, that particularly when it comes to food, which is a perishable product, we need to get back to producing it where most of the consumers live. And that includes our urban communities. We need a food system that is collaborative. That's my third point. So a decentralized one with short supply chain, and a collaborative one. What do I mean by that? I mean by that nobody in their right mind would suggest to you that we could grow all of our food for the United States food demand in urban areas. Can't be done. But what we can do is collaborate between urban areas, peri-urban areas around those densely populated cities and metro areas, and rural areas. And we can sit down together and figure out, the most perishable products with the highest nutrient content, like your microgreens, your salads, and so forth, should be grown in urban centers. And the less perishable ones, like your beets and your peppers and so forth, they can be grown in a peri-urban ring. And that leaves plenty to do for the rural space where you can grow the less perishable foods. And oftentimes these are also foods that are very heavy. So I would not recommend growing potatoes in the District of Columbia because they weigh a ton and they don't give you enough for your money in terms of revenue. So you need to grow like basil and cilantro and microgreens in the urban core and leave a lot of food production for the rural space. But we also need to rethink our food system in terms of its decentralization and the need for decentralization, because I just told you at the outset that food connects us so much to our natural resources. And think what's happening on the West Coast of the United States. All up and down the West Coast, we have water problems. We have fires going on for months. And it happens to be that in those water scarce areas, we also grow most of our vegetables. So we have a lot of rethinking to do in terms of a collaborative food system where we grow what makes sense in the areas that can best support that kind of food system. So while we're at it, I'm going to add to that challenge, not only a circular food system, but a food system that starts to restore nature, a restorative food system, where we actually put carbon back in the soil, where we increase green cover so we absorb more of the CO2. So what kind of food system can we come up with that actually restores ecosystems services rather than undermining it? Now, that kind of food system would indeed be a food system that reconnects us to nature and actively uses our knowledge to create a food future that is shaped by how nature works, rather than going against nature. Because I have news for you, nature will win that one. Thank you.
I'm just unmuting, saying that I'm delighted to have been a student of your wonderful presentation. I learned so much.
Thank you.
One thing that struck me through much of what you were saying was the systematic nature of your thinking. That when you talk about cycles and sinks and restorative processes, you're talking about the inherent systematic nature of not only the food cycle, but the relationship of people to nature. And the question that occurs to me is, this is a profound way of thinking about these problems, because the problems are not isolated moments separated from each other, but they're all related in these systems. And I wonder if that's part of what you present to your students. And also, do you present systems thinking to your students? And if so, how receptive are they?
Yeah, thank you for this wonderful question, Richard. Yes, indeed, I do. And I think food is such a wonderful teacher in that regard, right? Because the food system literally physically connects us and our own bodies to the earth from which the food comes. And we learn, if you're a gardener, you learn when you need to water, when you need to fertilize, when you need to trim. So there are all these very physical connections. So that's why I think the food system is really a wonderful place to start to think more broadly about an economy that is cyclical and that uses system thinking to recognize that our economy is an embedded system. Now, if I had my druthers, Richard, I would eliminate the Venn diagram from every textbook that I can get my hands on. Okay, so because that typical Venn diagram that we often see says, okay, here's the economy, and then you have society and culture, and it's like an overlapping circle, and then there is a third circle, and that says the environment. And we say that a sustainable economy or a sustainable food system is one where those three circles of economy, society, and environment overlap at that sweet spot. But think about it. I mean, I have yet to find anybody who can explain to me which part of the economy is outside of the environment. Now, I understand some people are planning the exit to Mars or to the moon. So then we may have an example of the economy being situated outside of the environment. We have a lot of conversations about AI, and so there may be a few sectors of the economy that we can envision as being outside of society. But, you know, even highly mechanized systems need somebody to monitor those screens and somebody to push the button and somebody to restart the dang system when the power goes down and you need to restart everything. Okay, so there are limits to this Venn diagram. In fact, it looks much more like this. The economy is this little bitty thing in the middle. And then comes society and culture, and it's embedded. You know those Russian dolls? The economy is that little one in the middle. And then comes society and culture, and the big one is the environment. And we are embedded, yes. And we need to think in systems to realize that whenever we do something with that little bitty thing in the middle, it has implications for all the layers around it. But those layers around it that then get affected through emissions and waste, for example, when those sinks get overloaded, they push back. Okay, and so that's what we see right now in climate change, for example. Nature is pushing back. And so we better think of ourselves as being embedded in a much larger context. And you know, historically, in almost all of our cultures, we had that knowledge. We had that awareness. And so much of system thinking is getting back to that. And I'm not proposing back to the Stone Ages, okay? Because a lot of that really requires very sophisticated technology that is much more sophisticated than the crude kind of technology that we've been using, thinking that somehow we're outside of the system. So now we really need to think about sophisticated technology that understands how nature works and works with nature. And we're on the right track in some areas. You know, there is biomimicry, a field within technology and engineering that seeks to mimic nature. Can we get solar collectors, for example, that are as thin as butterfly wings? How do the butterflies do that? How do these wings come out to be so strong that they can withstand wind, but translucent? And can we create solar collectors that can do that? So there are a lot of examples that are starting us in that direction of how can we mimic nature and work within what nature teaches us about some of these fabulous systems. And yes, I teach that a lot. I think by and large, my students are very, very interested and very curious about that, And if I can think about that for a moment in terms of the economy, we have looked a lot at efficiency increases, but we look at efficiency increases as, oh, how can I use fewer inputs to create more output? Okay, that's certainly an important concept. But why always labor efficiency, right? Why do we want to always save labor? Why not saving materials? Why not saving energy? We've also looked over the last, 40 years or so, since the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act in the 1970s and 80s, we've looked at how do we lower emissions? So what technologies do we have there? And that's, again, an important focus. But while we're at it, let's look at how nature lowers these emissions. There's a third component, which are these sink capacities. If you think of the economy as sort of a cycle, right? You have production, you have emissions, and then these emissions go into these environmental media, and there they are. And now what? What happens to them? And this is where we have significant knowledge gaps. We sometimes don't know. And so a lot of our research now needs to focus on that system of how do these absorptive capacities work? How can we support them actively to restore them? And sometimes that's, the core of engineering, restoring meandering river systems instead of straight water shooting down and creating flooding. But a lot of times it's much, much more difficult than simply sort of rebuilding them, because we have still limited knowledge of how they work. And so system thinking is directing us into a new direction of research.
Yes, wonderful. Let me just remind the viewers that if you have questions, you can send them. You can email the questions to Visioning a Better America, all one word, Visioning a Better America @gmail.com. I want to pick up on your full answer there. You mentioned that some people are trying to get out of the Earth's environment and go to other planets. But of course, they're going to have to eat.
Absolutely.
And when they get to some other planet, how are they going to start raising food if we can't send them up food in these incredibly expensive rockets? Yeah. So no one, I think the point is that no one can escape the cycles that are inherent in human and nature life together, that people and nature are interdependent.
Absolutely.
And we, you can think about a system is really defined by its purpose, and nature has its own purpose. But the human culture, the human system, we can create our own purpose. And what we've been learning in recent years is that we haven't paid sufficient attention.
Absolutely. And Richard, now you're sounding like Adam Smith. Adam Smith, the so-called father of market economics, felt that his most important work was not the wealth of nations, but the moral sentiments. And he argued that what he observed as the invisible hand of, the butcher and the baker and the candlestick maker, as if led by an invisible hand in pursuing their own self-interest, brought about the best outcome of the whole. That invisible hand, so Adam Smith works, within a frame of compassion. He called it a moral frame of compassion, being the good Calvinist that he was, right? So yes, the market does not just work without a moral frame, without a purpose of saying, what is it for. Because if we don't constrain market activity by that kind of moral purpose, then it causes all kinds of negative ramifications. And so this becomes a really, really important policy aspect of this system thinking, namely what are these frames that we're setting from the viewpoint of sustaining the social system and the social fabric, and from the perspective of sustaining the environment on which we all depend. What do these frames look like? Because if we don't pay attention to that, they will get undermined at every turn. And so this too is what systems thinking teaches us. In order to sustain all the different components of the system, we have to pay attention to them and act on that knowledge rather than ignoring these side effects.
Yes, wonderful. That's right. That the systems, particularly the human systems, will not work for our sustained future if it's not rooted in a belief in the moral purpose of human life, that we all survive by being concerned about everyone's well-being, which of course is part of the founding document of the country, which commits the country to promote the general welfare. And your presentation this morning has shown that we can't produce the general welfare, the common good, unless we pay attention to these inherent systems that we are a part of. These are life systems. And, I think also about the structure of the universities, which are divided into disciplines, as if it were possible to separate knowledge into these silos. And our students study in a silo and become an expert in a particular discipline. But in fact, these systems require knowledge of the interconnection of these different elements. I'm sure that when you work in developing your wonderful neighborhood farms and community ventures, you have to pay attention to law, you have to pay attention to governments that control those lands and zoning, and you have to pay attention to material scientists who can help you with different types of scientific knowledge. So life is inherently interdependent.
Absolutely. And we have to know about the neighborhoods, the residents who live there, right? Because if everybody has a work day where nobody is home before, let's say, 5:30 late afternoon, right? Because they had to take public transportation clear across town, right? So if we offer gardening education at 2:00 in the afternoon, well, that's not very helpful, right? Or if we start a farmer's market at 8:00 in the morning, but this is a younger neighborhood where nobody gets up before 10, that's not very helpful. So we need to consult both what I call credentialed experts, namely other knowledgeable experts in the soil sciences, in plant sciences, like you said, in the law, regulatory affairs, engineering, but also local experts, because these local experts of residents who live in these neighborhoods often know so much more than the credentialed experts know, and we do well listening to them and taking their insights into account in the systems we come up with.
That's wonderful. And I'm always thinking about the students, the young people, of course, who inherit whatever we leave them through our good management or the failure to manage well. Yeah. When you present these really profound connections and systems thinking to young people, do they feel it's too complex, or do they have an innate sense of this makes sense?
I actually think the younger they are, the more they have an innate sense that this makes this makes sense. The younger children often look at things very intuitively. I remember one of mine who still is very much an outdoors person, but he was absolutely convinced, one of my sons, that he was talking to the trees. And I have since found many other children who feel that they're talking to the trees or they're talking to the plants in their gardens. For them, that's not an issue. But then we learn differently. We study botany, or we study, plant production in agricultural science, and we become experts in a much more narrow field. One of the most challenging things in interdisciplinary work is, yes, we still need some of the deep knowledge in our different disciplines, because there simply isn't enough time to go around to develop that deep knowledge in a field. But then we need to be in conversation across different fields. And sometimes having that conversation is very difficult. So here I am, a long-time ecological economist, and I thought, because I read Herman Daly and Kaufman and, about steady state economics and the second law of thermodynamics and how we need to rethink energy in the economic process. And then I wrote a paper with a now emeritus professor, Professor Kokovic of UDC, and he's a physicist and an environmental engineer. And boy, did he straighten me out on my definition of entropy. I thought I knew what that meant until I started working with a physicist who really knew what entropy meant. And so I had to rethink a lot of my own definitions about how I thought about energy in the economic process and what is possible and what is not possible. So sometimes this interdisciplinary work, it's absolutely imperative for systems thinking and systems work. But it's also very challenging because, frankly, initially I was pretty miffed because I thought, who is this guy telling me what entropy means? Because I've studied it for all these, there's a difference between an economist dabbling in physics and a physicist understanding what entropy means. And so these cross-disciplinary, interdisciplinary conversations can be very challenging, but they are absolutely imperative. And I'm delighted that we teach more of that now in our university programs, including our PhD program in urban leadership and entrepreneurship, which is intentionally a very interdisciplinary program where people can bring master's degree from different disciplinary backgrounds and then join in an educational adventure of how can we learn from each other in developing solutions and in developing the leadership concepts needed to actually advance those solutions.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Well, you're describing bringing systems thinking into the university and reaching out to your colleagues, and in the process you create new knowledge, new insights. It's wonderful. I noticed that we have two other presenters who are in the Zoom room, and I want to invite them to unmute their cameras and microphones. And if they have a question or a comment, please feel free. I see that's Myra Jackson, who's going to present on a different day, and Gayle Olson, who's going to present right after you, is also in the Zoom room. So if you have a question or comment, please go ahead.
Oh, Sabine, it's good to see you again. It's been a while. Yes. One of the other aspects of your work, and I don't know how involved you may be with it now, but certainly I think it dovetails into our conversation, and that is of biophilic cities. Biophilia, that love of nature. Can you give an update here, if there is one?
Yes. So Biophilic DC is alive and well. Yes, we continue to be involved. It is such an important movement. So thank you for mentioning that, Maya. Biophilic cities are cities that love nature and that are explicit about their love for nature. And so it's anything from restoring greenways or building greenways, but also, community gardens can be a part of that, but certainly city parks, forests, urban forests, edible landscapes, green roofs, and we have a food-producing green roof, 20,000 square feet of food-producing green roof on our campus. So it can take a lot of different ways, but it's a really important movement that seeks to bring a love for nature back into our cities and to every age level. And in fact, I've been working with some colleagues from Wageningen University in Holland as well on exactly that concept, where we're now looking at not only the food economy and edible landscapes as a driver of a metro region's economy, but how does it network then to the blue-green economy, to other sectors that can also bring in water and restoring both the quality of water, but also water flows, access to water. So it can have a lot of different forms, but it's a very exciting field. And talk about systems, right? It links through on so many layers into so many initiatives. Yeah, it's a great initiative.
Wonderful. I'm delighted to hear the concept of biophilia, the love of life, being taken up and used in such a practical way. The psychoanalyst Erich Fromm has written a number of wonderful books about biophilia, so I'm delighted to hear that. I see Gayle Olson is also with us. Gayle, do you have good morning, and do you have a comment or question?
Good morning. I wish we were in person in Washington, D.C. so we could all go have lunch together.
Yes.
It would be such a fun conversation. I'll be talking some more about the rural farming, but there's so many concepts that overlap. And I think especially the whole idea of systems thinking. And that's I think the people who get it can't imagine thinking any other way. But trying to describe that to people who don't get it, who are used to thinking in their silos, and that's the way they keep themselves from being overwhelmed, is by setting their boundaries that big. How do you break through that sometimes?
That's a really good question, Gayle. And the way I'm trying to do it is I almost want to say one neighborhood at a time. Because if complexity becomes overwhelming, I think one way of structuring it is to look at it spatially. So there's the core of your focus, and then the next string, and then the next string. I mean, ultimately, we need to get to an understanding of systems at a global level, because we are all connected. But if that becomes too overwhelming, then I start literally one neighborhood at a time. And I say, okay, if we look at this urban farm here in Ward 5 on South Dakota Avenue, right? What does it take to make that system sustainable? Who do we need? Who needs to be part of this conversation to make it happen? And so you illustrate the complexities at a small scale. And many years ago now, I read a paper by an Austrian team of researchers writing about sustainability. And they had this wonderful image, and I'm embarrassed I forget their names now. I have to look it up because it's been a few years. But they had this wonderful image of the islands of sustainability. And that image has stuck with me. And what they said basically is if we build islands of local and regional sustainable economies, eventually the islands will touch.
Yes, that's wonderful. That also touches the theme about starting where you are locally, which of course is what being a citizen is all about. Citizens live in particular places all over the country rather than always looking to Washington or politicians in the state capitol. Start where you are.
Yeah, and in fact, from a perspective of sustainability, right? If you think about this system thinking where we as humans live in the environmental system, our physical environments vary. If I'm in Arizona, I need to do things very differently than if I'm in Vermont or in the Mid-Atlantic region, right? So while we may all follow the same principles in food production, for example, but they need to be adapted to the specific conditions of the physical environments we find ourselves in. And so, we need people to really become experts in their own environments and then share that expertise. That is so important because as things change, we can then really connect with each other and learn from each other about the specific knowledge that people have gained in a specific physical context.
Yes, wonderful. Okay, I see I've lost touch with the clock, and I want to thank you for your wonderful presentation, Dr. O'Hara. And please stay on and listen to Gayle Olson. I think you're going to find a real connection with what she has to present. So
thank
Gayle,
you so much.
Yes,
I look forward to your presentation, Gayle.
Thanks.
Yes, and afterwards, I hope that the two of you can also reconvene and have a discussion with each other. So Gayle,
eventually we'll have all lunch together. Maya will include you in that too.
Okay, that's wonderful. So let me just introduce Gayle Olson, who is a farmer, an educator, and a community leader. Gayle Hager, is it Hager?
Hager. Mm-hmm.
Hager, thank you. Olson is on the board of directors for the Practical Farmers of Iowa, PFI, a farmer-run organization which equips with innovative knowledge for farmers building resilient farms and communities. I just add that de Tocqueville in 1830, when he visited America, he said one of the geniuses of America as a culture was that people created spontaneously their own organizations. And I think that Practical Farmers of Iowa is a perfect example of that. Olson and her husband, Jeff, grow organic, specialty, and traditional crops and beef cattle in Southeast Iowa. In 2014, they were awarded the Master Researcher status by PFI in recognition of their many research trials and field days. The Olsons believe in growing more than crops. A certified health education specialist, Gayle Olson serves as assistant to the director for Iowa's Center for Agricultural Safety and Health. Throughout her career, Olson has encouraged and modeled citizen involvement. Her favorite accomplishments are those that bring youth and diverse audiences to the table to learn leadership, set goals, and implement strategies to strengthen their local communities. She teaches that healthy soil, healthy water, healthy people, healthy communities are interdependent. And making these connections is Gayle Olson's passion. Mrs. Olson, please, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to start out with a little bit from the preambles to the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, where it says, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal." All men, and actually all white men. And next, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Says we people, not the government or some subset of the government. They were sincere about we the people. They were still all white men. And initially, the proposal was that it would be we the people of the state of, and list the different 13 states that were all joining together to become this new nation. But there was a logistical problem in that the Constitution had to be ratified, and the people who were writing this didn't know for sure if the states would ratify it. So they were a little bit reticent about putting those names, all the name of every state listed there. So they decided to go back to we the people. They kind of had an ulterior motive too, because that was really where they made the transition from a group of states to an actual United States. And so having the Articles of Confederation be replaced by a single constitution, they decided that we, the people of the United States, was the best way of formulating that. And I would just like to add that I am so thankful that since that time, we have included with people, not only the white men, but we've also included the women and people of color, and really broadened that definition there. That wasn't the only tension that there was at the beginning. Agriculture has always been sort of a contentious area. Right from the beginning, there were two, and this is one of the things that was written up on the Visioning a Better America website, is that there was the tension between the Jeffersonians, who really envisioned a nation of independent farmers and craftsmen with a small centralized government that was mainly for defense and the things that the individual states couldn't do for themselves. And then there was Alexander Hamilton, who envisioned an industrial America with factories and banks and a great big strong central government that could do a lot more with national development. And both of those were more than happy to kick the Native Americans out of their territory, actually long before they came. The Native Americans, who had been doing such a good job of taking care of this environment that they were given, managing it in a completely different way that didn't include the concepts of ownership that the white colonists brought with them. And so right from the beginning in the United States, we had several different kinds of conflicts that were rearing their head through agriculture. Still happens. There's a new book coming out just today. It's going to be released, written by a woman named Beth Hoffman. She lives in Iowa now. She used to live in California. The book is called Betting the Farm, and I want to read just a little excerpt from it. There are two dominant storylines, ones that I call the agrarian tale and the bigger is better narrative. They've not only confused the public about the realities of farming, they have also in effect trapped farmers in a limited understanding of their purpose, of the importance of their own economic viability, and of their relationship with larger corporations and with one another. Ultimately, these myths distort the truth about agriculture in this country, make it hard to create something new, hard to promise again, is reliable and resilient, environmentally sound and economically viable. So agenda for today, to use Beth's words, is I hope to lift some of your confusion. Sometimes by talking through those is a good way for me to lift some of my own confusion too, about some of the realities of farming. We'll talk today about some of the key factors in production and how those can help or hinder our vision. As I was trying to put this together, there's so many different topics that I could cover that I hope when we get to the end, we'll have a chance to have more of a discussion and a conversation about that. And also, Richard, I've kind of been working on a resource list. If there's a way that we can share that with people down the road, I think that would maybe be helpful.
Yes.
One of my favorite sayings is that none of us is as smart as all of us. And I think the founders must have felt that way, at least somewhat too, because some of the systems that they built, the mechanisms that they built into our government are certainly ones where they forced debate and compromise and disagreements. I think they expected that when people did that, when people came to that table, they needed to be well read, they needed to be educated, they needed to know what they were talking about so that they could have those healthy debates and then put together choices where they could pull out the best options. Another one of my favorite sayings is if we all agreed on everything, only one of us would be necessary. So I really do think that pulling out, everyone has a different perspective, everyone has a different knowledge base, everyone has a different set of experiences. And if we can figure out how to truly listen and come in a way to build something instead of looking at ways to tear things down, I think that really does give us stronger solutions. So my vision for a better America includes farms, people, and communities that are resilient and that can provide strong and stable flow of both food and fiber. I want soil that's healthy, water and air that's clean, farms and rural businesses that are economically profitable. That's not enough, though. I want to live in a rural community that's filled with people of all ages who value curiosity and learning, who understand the elegance of science, but also enjoy the beauty of the arts, where we can recognize the importance and wonder of the environment and learn how to steward it to the best of our ability, and where we never forget the importance of our relationships and taking good care of our people. I want rural people to have access to the top quality health, education, and transportation systems that people in the cities have access to. I want to live in an area that values its diversity in different kinds of systems of farming, different kinds of people, varying perspectives, different types of wildlife, and even changing weather. That's part of what I like about Iowa, including the winters, believe it or not. And I want to repeat to the organizations that have really done a great deal to help me shape this vision are Practical Farmers of Iowa, PFI, and then also Iowa's Center for Agricultural Safety and Health. I think they both value the livelihoods of farm families. ICASH, Iowa Center for Ag Safety and Health, does everything we can to try to keep farmers safe. And Practical Farmers of Iowa has a strong emphasis on on-farm research, on farmers leading that research, and welcoming everybody to their big tent of agriculture. I'd like to look back at history a little bit. We've made a lot of changes in the last 200 plus years of agriculture in the United States, but we're in the middle of some other major shifts that are occurring right around us and will continue, I think, for the next couple of decades. A lot of these changes are resulting in more consolidation and less diversity, which is not something that's going to help us keep working towards that vision, I don't believe. So one of my questions is, how can we make those changes be positive ones rather than negative ones? And I think, first of all, we have to know what it is that we're facing, be able to define it pretty well. Secondly, since we're a nation made up of states, we need a clear vision for our future and how those all fit together. One that accounts for diversity and not the diametrically opposed ones where we pit the industrial version of agriculture against the little guy, if we want to call them that. And I think third, we need to look at the science and then have those debates, have those talks about how does that fit in with what we want? How can we make it do what we want it to do? I think the policy and practice decisions that we make in the near future will have far-reaching impacts, not just on rural communities and farming, but on our whole food systems, much as Sabine talked about. We need to do a better job of protecting our people and our planets. And again, I looked at a lot of different ways that we could do this, and I think one of the ways is to look at the different factors of production, not just in agriculture, but production in general, and use that as our lens. So I want to look at access to land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. So first, looking at access to land, there's several different aspects that I think we need to consider. First of all is who owns and controls it. Over the years, ownership has shifted away from younger farmers and towards older farmers. That means that there's likely to be a big shift in ownership in the next couple of decades towards those as people who are 65 and above. And I've got a couple slides here. Let me see if I can get that up. There we go. All right. Are you seeing it now?
I don't see it, no. Chiwaya, could you release Gayle's screen?
Here. Yes, you did. Mm-hmm.
Okay, there it is. There it is. See it now. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we'll go to the next one.
Beautiful photograph.
So this is kind of a busy slide, but you can see the trends just at a glance that those who are under 25 over the years hardly own any land at all. And as we get towards those that are 65 and older, and keep in mind, this was done, the last year that's in here is 2012. So we're already going on 10 years past these 65 and older people are now 75 and older. So that land is going to be turning over here pretty shortly. Who will be getting it? Will it be people purchasing it for an investment? Will it be inherited by the sons and daughters of the people who are 60 or 75 and older? How will that land transfer happen? It's happening different ways than it used to. Land has held its value a lot better than a lot of other investments. And so there are people who never would have thought of investing their money in land who are buying land because it makes a lot more money for them than it does to invest it in a CD, for example. Auctioning is kind of a traditional way in agriculture. I know we've got with online auctions anymore, it really opens the can of worms as far as who can be present at an auction and bid on something. And I know of at least one situation where a piece of land wasn't bringing what the auctioneer thought he should be bringing. And so he called in a couple of his friends from far away that he thought might be willing to drop some money on it. And instead of the local people who were attending the auction being able to purchase it, all of a sudden they got outbid by somebody from a couple of counties over. So there's whole different ways of changing ownership of land these days. How do farmers access the land then? How do young farmers get involved? And I'll talk a little bit later about how difficult that is for them because of cost and just connections that they might have. Another important thing is how yield and how fertility and land use has changed. This is a slide that I was talking about as far as the change in price over time. So here we see for excellent land down to fair land, it's very close to $1 million to buy an 80-acre patch of high quality land. And there's not too many young beginning farmers who can afford that sort of a thing. As far as the use of the land, I want to read to you again, and I'll go back. I'll stop sharing my screen here for a second. There's a book that was written by a gentleman named John Newell. It's called A Glimpse of Iowa in 1846. It was actually a book that part of the purpose in writing it was to help recruit people to come to this new area of the country. And so probably there's some exaggerating that went on in it. But I want to read you a couple of excerpts just to give an idea of what was a glimpse of Iowa in 1846. That was the year Iowa became a state, by the way. Undoubtedly, one of the most captivating features in the landscape scenery of a great portion of the upper Midwest Valley is the unique and beautifully diversified prairies or unwooded tracts. They are, in fact, the gardens of nature, and who that has been an eyewitness can ever forget the impressions made upon his feelings when for the first time he gazed with rapturous delight upon the boundless prairie. The characteristic peculiarity of the prairie is the absence of timber. Although probably nearly 3/4 of the territory is without trees, yet so happily and conveniently are the waters and timber arranged throughout that nature appears to have made an effort to arrange them in the most desirable manner possible. The soil of the prairies of Iowa, and particularly the alluvial bottoms, is extremely rich and fertile. It is a black vegetable mold, sometimes intermixed with a sandy loam, easily cultivated and stands a drought remarkably well. The soil on the upland prairies will average from 18 to 24 inches deep, and on the rich bottom, lands from 30 to 48 inches deep. That's the depth of the topsoil. The surface is nearly black, but becomes lighter in descending until it imperceptibly mingles into a bed or underlayer of reddish clay, sometimes mixed with gravel or sand, sufficiently compact to preserve moisture and capable of being converted into excellent soil. Good water is usually obtained in the upland prairie from 20 to 30 feet below the surface. Like I said, he probably was exaggerating that, but on the other hand, there was certainly some truth to it. The Iowa Association of Naturalists has estimated the depth of the topsoil at that point in time to be probably closer to 16 inches, which is still significant. By 2000, the year 2000, the average was only 6 to 8 inches. If nothing is done to stop erosion, they said, the rest of Iowa's topsoil could be gone in the next 100 to 150 years. And let me show you part of why that's the case. This is what prairie roots look like. This little red arrow over here on this side is pointing at what Kentucky bluegrass looks like. So these are the roots that were in the prairie that were holding that 14 to 16 to 24 inches of topsoil in place. Iowa is one of the most changed states in the nation, the most manipulated states. Back in Newell's day, what grows in this soil? All the grains, fruits, and plants of the temperate regions of the earth. They grow luxuriantly in Iowa. The production consists of corn, wheat, rye, oats, buckwheat, potatoes, turnips, beans, melons, all kinds of garden vegetables. Clover, timothy, and every description of tame grass grows luxuriantly and well repays the labor of husbandry. Also goes on to talk about crab apples, wild plums, berries, strawberries, all kinds of diversity that was growing in that prairie. Now, come to today in Iowa. Saw an exercise that said if you take one of those big DOT maps that covers the whole table in front of you, rip off 2/3 of that, and that's what in Iowa would be devoted to corn and soybeans, only corn and soybeans. Corn and soybeans that get planted in late April and May and get harvested in October. So from November clear until the next April, there's nothing growing in that ground. That's part of why it washes away, it blows away, because there aren't any roots in the ground through the rest of the year to hold it in place. We can do something about that though. And those are some of the things that Sabine made reference to. What are some of those solutions? planting plants so that there's roots that hold it back again. There is some research on prairie strips. You can see the difference in root systems here with all corn that's growing on the left-hand side of the screen. And on the right-hand side, it's mostly corn, but 10% is in prairie strips, just a strip of prairie plants. And with that 10%, there's 95% less soil that washes off. There's 89% less phosphorus and 84% less nitrogen that goes into the streams and prevents those problems that Sabine was talking about. 10% prairie planted. If you look at Iowa, you look at that same big map and you take out, instead of the 2/3 that goes in corn and soybean production, you take out a piece the size of a credit card, and then you cut that up in 100 little pieces and you throw it out over the whole rest of the state. That's what we have in native prairie left in the state of Iowa, just little bits and pieces here and there, maybe at the edge of a cemetery or around an old homestead or wherever. And most of them are not big enough that they can actually sustain the life of a prairie that would have happened in that area. So we don't get the benefit of that. Another possible solution is cover crops. That's something that PFI has done a lot of research on, a lot of farmer-led research. What are cover crops? Cover crop is something that is planted before the money crop is harvested. So before you harvest your beans or before you harvest your corn or whatever it is you're growing, it works in gardens too. You plant a cover crop that covers all the dirt that's there. Sometimes it's cereal rye, it could be radishes, different kinds of legumes, turnips. It's planted while the crop is still growing. When the crop is harvested and starts putting down its roots before the crop that's growing is harvested. Depending on what the cover crop is, it may start growing right away after the main crop is harvested, or it may just work on its roots through the wintertime, and when it warms up in the spring again, it grows up and everything turns green, sometimes as early as February. Those roots keep the dirt in place. They don't. We have something we call snert here in Iowa. It's a combination of snow and dirt that comes when the wind blows across the prairie and erodes the dirt into the snow. So if you have a cover crop, that really cuts down on the wind erosion. And then when the spring rains come, it cuts down on the flooding that happens too. It can be grazed for livestock in the spring. It can be turned under for green manure to help the next crop grow. There's a lot of different things a lot of different uses for cover crops. And actually, there's a slide that talks about that too. The other thing it does is there's some research showing that it actually regenerates enhances the soil structure and regenerates some of that soil. It increases the soil organic matter that's in the soil. That can also help to act as a carbon sink. A lot of that depends on what kind of cover crop you're using, what kind of soils you have, what kind of crop you are growing, lots of different things. But it can make a big difference. It helps with the environmental quality. There's some demonstrations of the water that runs across a field that's had cover crops. And again, it cuts back on all of the nitrogen and phosphorus and just dirt that get washed away. And it can also improve pest management by breaking the life cycle of some of the insects that could damage your crop. The second area I want to talk about is labor. That's another thing that's changed, and another place the tension started in the United States. A lot of the labor initially were in our southern plantations with the slaves and some of the indentured servants that came over from Europe. labor is still an issue. Getting young people involved is one of the ways that we can try to add into that. Immigration is still a big issue with labor on the farm. Again, it looks very different in the small family farm versus the industrial model. Whether you have lots of employees or whether you have primarily family labor that works, and how that system all works together looks very different depending on which one of those you use. Sometimes there's seasonal help. A couple of important things to recognize, though, is that the average age of farmers in the United States is 57.5. That's not very young. And we talk a lot about beginning farmers, and often we think about beginning farmers as being somebody from FFA or fresh out of college. Actually, the average age of beginning farmers in the United States is 46.3. A lot of them are mid-career changes that they've decided they wanted to get into agriculture after they retired from the military or had a different career some other place. The youth are coming from a whole different system. You can see the FFA numbers are increasing, and there's all these different items that are in their curricula that they didn't have before. Here's some more information about the cost of farming. We talked about the land a little bit earlier. To purchase some of the capital assets, we're moving on to the third one now, up to $900,000 for machinery, up to $322,000 or more for seed, fertilizer, and chemicals. You can see what those are. Again, 1.5 to 2.6 million. These are based on an estimate that Fast Company and Farm Journal, it's actually, I think it was Successful Farming, did together. That doesn't even include the living expenses until their first income or the education expenses. This is a really busy slide, but the point of it is that a lot of the industry that supports agriculture is consolidated. This is all these little dots. The blue ones are seed companies. The bigger orange ones are, they call them a chemical company, although most of them also own the seed companies. And the green ones are others. But since this slide's been put together in 2018, Bayer has bought out BASF here. So that's become even bigger. This one is now the fourth one. This is a French company. So you have Bayer, which is a German company, one French company, one American company, and one Chinese company who control over 60% of the seed in the world. So our options are getting smaller and smaller. Our locus of control is getting further and further away from the local farmer. And they have rules about how much you have to pay for the technology, and that universities can't do studies unless it's a proprietary study, and farmers can't grow their own seed corn or seed beans to reuse that technology because of all of the technology that they've got, the intellectual property that's in there. It doesn't look that much different when you look at the food industry consolidation. There are basically 10 different companies that own the majority of brands that we see in our grocery stores. So again, consolidation and the lack of local control is really, really huge. So my time is running out here. The whole issue of consolidation relates to lots of big public policy issues, things like antitrust laws. How big is too big? Campaign contributions, industry regulations, and as Sabine mentioned, a lot of those supply chain interruptions showed up big time during the pandemic. People were able to find some ways around those, though, and that was really good. But I think some of the policy solutions that we need to consider, one of them is the right to repair, so that machinery that farmers have, the manufacturers would like to keep, again, their intellectual property away from everyone and only have their authorized dealers be able to do the repairs. Farmers are pretty handy. They know how to fix things, and they would like to save a lot of money by fixing their own things. So that's an important policy that is in process right now. The high-tech seed comes with expensive price tags. Farmers, they have to sign licensing agreements in order to be able to grow it. The same is true with contract livestock. In fact, our hog industry in the United States, very large portion of it is owned by China, including the farmland that the hogs are raised on, all the way up through the slaughter and processing of the meat. In many cases, the contract growers don't have any control over what's in the feed that they feed them. In fact, a couple of years ago, we had a situation where some of the feed had an additive in it that caused several deaths. And it took a long time to even figure out what that could be, because the people who were feeding the feed had no idea what was actually in the feed. They were just following their contract and feeding the feed that was provided to them. The Young Farmers Organization, this is one of the things I'll put in that resource list. They have a really good tool to be able to explore some of the ag public policy. You can select the level at the national level, at a state level, which state, or at the local level, whether it's a specific issue that you're interested in, and then their database will give you a listing of some of the policies that are out there, which gives you an interesting way to be able to look at some of the innovations that different states are working. So that's something that I'll put in that resource list. The fourth factor is entrepreneurship, and that's where so many of our solutions come from. With PFI, we spend so much time working on-farm research, designing the trials, doing it in a way that they're replicated and randomized. We do lots and lots with farmer-to-farmer networking and sharing, field days, webinars, special interest groups on all kinds of different things. I think we need to reconsider what kinds of crops we're growing, looking more at growing food instead of just commodities. And I think what Sabine had mentioned about what are the things that can grow well in an urban environment or the peri-urban environment or the rural environment. Again, that's not something that's been a conscious decision as a system before. It's just been who wants to do what or who has access to do what. Working more on local foods through CSAs, through school to farm, farm to school, food hubs that can consolidate some of those kinds of things. Reconfiguring some of the supply lines, I think, is really important. One of the examples of that is that when COVID came through and so many farmers markets were shut down, a lot of the growers came together, and the person who sold eggs got together with the person who had lettuce, and they got together with the person who had whatever, and they put together one website where people could order online, and many of them then packed the boxes and had a delivery point where no one had to come in contact with anybody else, just put it in the customer's trunks. The payments were all handled online. There were a lot of innovations that went on at that point in time, and a lot of ideas that were shared with people. I think one of the most important things is how we invest in people. Mentoring programs, leadership training, cross-training, relationship building, ways that we can do things to help build relationships and build knowledge and share knowledge between different people. I think here's a slide that shows a little bit about some of the different types of direct-to-consumer opportunities that we've already discussed. But in general, I think we can't wait for other people in the chain to figure out and take care of us. I think we're back to that we the people, where we need to learn how to advocate. We need to learn how to talk about ideas. We need to learn how to disagree with each other and negotiate how to recognize the components of our work as farmers that benefit the public good, and to continue to be curious about how to do better for our people and our planet. And again, there's so many more things that I could cover, so I would be more than happy to answer questions.
Can you come out of screen sharing?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, very good. Well, thank you. That was a wonderful presentation that was both rooted, to use that metaphor, in your own practical experience as a farmer, but also very systemic in the larger issues that you're dealing with there on the ground. And it fits so beautifully with what Sabine's earlier presentation was. We have gotten some questions from the audience. Let me just read you one of them. The question is, if you were to put together a panel to include a cattle raiser and a large-scale farmer from the Imperial Valley, how might they attempt to provide fair and intelligent counters to your presentation? Mm-hmm. In other words, people do have different perspectives. So that's this right. Person's asking you to think about it. Yeah.
Just a few weeks ago, my husband and I took Amtrak out to Seattle, and we went through those big wide open spaces in big sky country. That's very different than what we have in Iowa. My sister lives in Nebraska. You get into western Nebraska, some of the same kinds of things. I think all farmers try to do the kind of farming that's appropriate for the land that they're on. And I think there's things that we can learn from each other, no matter what system of farming we have. I think, a lot of people think, and in fact, a lot of times, people who talk about Practical Farmers of Iowa call it an organic organization, and it's not. There are people in their farm completely organically. In our case, we have probably about 15% of what we farm is organic. The rest of it's traditional. We do row crops. There's a lot of things that we can learn from each other, no matter what our system of farming is. In PFI, we call it the big tent, and everyone is welcome. And the main thing is to be curious and to see what you can find out about each other and to do it with mutual respect. There's a lot of people in that organization that we come from very different perspectives. There's a couple of them that are some of my best friends. And we would go to bat to do anything for each other. But that doesn't mean we will necessarily always agree on what's the best farm policy or what's the best way of farming in our own backyard. So I think that's a really important lesson for us. Again, if we all agree on everything, only one of us is necessary. If we only have one kind of farming, if we only have one kind of tree and the emerald ash borer comes through, then you don't have any trees left. So I think diversity is really critical for so many different reasons. Are there things I would do different if I was farming that? Probably. Are there things they would do different if they were on my property? Probably. Does that mean either one of them are wrong? Probably not. So I think looking at the science, knowing what you're comfortable with, that's part of why the on-farm research is so important, because what works in western Nebraska doesn't work in South Iowa and vice versa. So doing some of that research, not in a university, testing center, but actually on our farm and sharing those results with our neighbors or with other people who have farms similar to us. That's how we can make some of the best progress. And the same is true of the cattle ranchers or the larger spreads.
Very good, very good. That question came in from Rod Ross. Here's another question from Laura Madden. She says the food distribution system was set on its head during the COVID pandemic, with supply chain relationships obligated to send inventory to distributors serving restaurants and institutions that were now closed down. Food loss resulted until we were able to put necessary fixes in place. Having a flexible and adaptable food production and distribution system as we face continuing disruption during labor and product shortages is essential. People will panic if shelves are bare. Mm-hmm. Who, in your experience, is best looking into this food system management cycle? And do you think it has been fixed? Communication needs to be part of it.
Yeah, it has not been fixed. I think there's some things that have been addressed. I've seen some predictions that we will continue to have some shortages well into the future, just still from COVID. And an example of that sort of thing is that a lot of the institutions that, for example, a hospital food service in a hospital that would get big boxes, industrial sized boxes of box beef or box lettuce or box whatever in great big huge crates. They weren't serving people because they weren't allowing people to eat in their, you could only have one or no visitors for any of the patients that were there. And so there weren't all these people to eat in their dining hall. And yet there was no meat in the grocery stores. And all this meat was going to waste because they couldn't repackage it fast enough in smaller family size containers. So what a simple problem. I mean, what a horrible result of what should have been a simple problem. And I know there's a number of people that are trying to figure out some different ways. I know from the farmers' end, they've tried to do some troubleshooting and working with some of the food hubs. One of the issues that we have right now, we have some larger cattle that can go to Tyson's or in the big commercial slaughterhouses, but we've got a small herd of Scottish Highlanders who don't fit their mold. They've got horns, they're smaller, they're insulated with fur instead of back fat, so they cut out differently. And if we sell them the same way we sell the rest of our cattle, we get crucified on price. It's wonderful meat. It's so popular. We cannot get a locker appointment to save our soul so that we can sell some of that meat locally, because there's such a demand now for local meat that they're year and a half out on locker appointments to get an individual one butchered. So we feel that pressure. I know, especially with that in Iowa, there is a new commission is not the right word, but there's a new initiative at the state to try to look at how can we improve the ability of small and mid-size lockers and meat processing facilities so that we can better handle that and be a little bit more nimble with that. I think one of the other things is that the smaller processors, the smaller producers typically can be more nimble than the big ones are. And so again, everybody's got their niche, and making sure that we don't kill somebody off in competition that we will need to depend on later is an important lesson to learn too.
Yes. We have a couple minutes until our next presentation. I see that Seth Goldman, who is our next presenter, is in the Zoom room, as is Sabine and Myra. If any of the three of you want to unmute your and turn your cameras on, you could ask your question of Gayle also. If not, I have another. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Gayle, for a great presentation. Really appreciate it. And I especially like the, the emphasis you placed on there's room for different kinds of perspectives. And I just wanted to add to that in terms of the distribution system. I think that's true for the distribution system too, and you made that point, right? It's not one size fits all, just like we need to look much more at collaborations between different regions, and within each region, where are the population dense hubs and what can we do there? Because there's you're very close to your market as opposed to the peri-urban or the rural areas. And I think there needs to be much more thought given to that. So what does that mean when we have all these different distances to the market and to the consumer? What does that mean for the different distribution systems that we need in these spatially very different places?
Okay, wonderful. Well, trying to stay true to our agenda time, I want to thank you, Gayle Olson. Wonderful presentation. So practical, and I so admire the work you're doing, and also the work of the Practical Farmers of Iowa, which is, I think, just a model of how citizens getting together without larger hierarchies and powers getting involved and educating themselves, educating their neighbors and their colleagues. It's a wonderful model, and we will look forward to putting your resource list somewhere very soon. And thank you, and stay connected for the panel. I'm delighted now to introduce Seth Goldman, who will speak on how our diets can impact climate and health. Seth is an entrepreneur, an innovator, a disruptor, a wonderful phrase that expresses the dynamism of our economy and how innovative people like Seth can really change the nature of the systems. Seth Goldman is co-founder of Eat the Change, which recently launched a line of organic mushroom jerky as part of its mission to create chef-crafted and nutrient-dense snacks that are kind to the planet. Seth and his colleague Spike Mendelson are co-founders of PLNT Burger, Plant Burger, a plant-based quick-serve restaurant. Seth and his wife, Julie Farkas, have also launched ETC Impact, Impact, which is a grants program to donate $1 million over the next 3 years into nonprofit organizations that educate and inspire consumers to make climate-conscious choices with their diet. Seth is the co-founder of Honest Tea and chair of the board of Beyond Meat. He has been Ernst & Young's Entrepreneur of the Year in Greater Washington, Beverage Industry Magazine's Executive of the Year, Beverage World's #1 disruptor, and Partnership for Healthy America's CEO of the Year. He is in the Washington, D.C. Business Hall of Fame. Seth, welcome.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you. And it's very nice to be here in a wonderful event to really identify solutions to what's going on in the world that don't necessarily rely on the government. And I certainly heard a lot of Gayle's comments that resonate with me, whether it was around entrepreneurs or finding ways to empower consumers to take on the change themselves. And that's what I'll be talking about. That phrase, eat the change, is really a call to action. It's also a call to accountability. And so as we look at the challenges facing the United States, of course, which there are so many, it's very easy to think, well, we have to depend on the government to solve them. And, when I was in college, I was actually a government major. I had thought I was going to get involved in politics. I met my wife on the presidential campaign. I worked in the Senate for 2.5 years for Lloyd Benson when he just had been a vice presidential candidate. And so while I enjoyed that work and saw a lot of positive things happen, I also felt like it was a little further away from the action. And the more that I've gotten involved in business and in particular food, I've realized that so much of the change we want to see can happen in the marketplace. It can happen by what consumers choose. And so this phrase, eat the change, which I'll refer to several times today, is hopefully a call to help consumers understand the power they have, that the changes we want to see come when we make changes in our diet. So changes around climate change, changes around the health of our population, which are so challenged right now. So these are things that I'll really focus on. And I'm going to speak in a framework that has been put together by this brand, Eat the Change, I've launched. So first, let me refer to the origins of the phrase. I'm sure you've all heard the phrase, be the change you wish to see in the world. It's a phrase attributed to Gandhi. It turns out that Gandhi did not actually say those words. He gave a much longer speech, and someone at the event encapsulated it as be the change you wish to see in the world. And when we were launching this chain, Planet Burger, the restaurant chain, our head of marketing came up with the phrase, eat the change you wish to see in the world. And I thought that's the perfect call to action for what we are trying to do. And it inspired me so much that I actually launched our own brand, and you see the logo behind me, for Eat the Change. And so what we've launched is a line of chef-crafted, planet-friendly foods. And so it takes 5 commitments and brings them to life. The first one is recognizing where does the impact of our food system affect our climate. And it is actually a huge driver of climate change, our food system. In fact, it's the only behavior we have every day where we have the choice to choose different actions. So there's a great resource called Drawdown. It was a study of 80 solutions for climate change, and it was put together by Paul Hawken and other leading thinkers around the environment. And they identified 80 solutions. And of the 80 solutions they talked about to help cool the planet, 8 of the top 20 were all food related. And so within that, the highest ranking one was addressing food waste. The third highest solution was food waste. And so when we launched Eat the Change, we said, well, what we have to do is find a way to take food that would either go to waste or would not be used sort of at its best use, and find a way to capture it. So with what we did with our mushroom jerky is we found mushrooms that were not fit for the retail market. So when you go to the grocery store, you'll see those portobellos that look so nice and can fit so nicely in a bun. Well, most mushrooms that are grown don't grow to that perfect form because they're just wild crops. And so what we found, we said we'll buy all the mushrooms that aren't that perfect size, and we'll buy the stems that usually don't make it to market, and we'll make them shelf stable so they can become part of food. And so we use what are called perfectly imperfect mushrooms as our way to address food waste. The second thing we recognized was the next highest solution Drawdown recognized was a plant-rich diet. And so when we look at so basically food waste accounts for roughly 25% of all the impact of the food system, the greenhouse gases created by it, because what happens is all the energy, all the resources used to grow food, whenever there's waste, that energy is still expended. There's so much waste that doesn't make it to the table. Some people say it's as high as a third. And then with respect to animal-based products, 20% of greenhouse gases come from animal-based products. So everything from the water and land used to produce those animals, to also the methane they produce, and of course all the excess waste they produce as well. And so shifting to plant-based foods also has can have a great impact. And so as Richard mentioned, I'm chair of the board of Beyond Meat, and we actually commissioned a life cycle analysis with the University of Michigan. they found that producing a Beyond Burger, in contrast to producing a beef burger, uses 99% less water, 93% less land, and 90% fewer greenhouse gases. So that's a dramatic difference in terms of the impact. And so there really is no scenario where animal-based protein or animal-based foods are going to have a lighter footprint than plants. And so wherever we can shift to plants as part of our diet and still play a nutritional role, that's a very powerful solution. So that's something we put across our product. Now at Eat the Change, we talk about planet-based, because not only when we use something like a mushroom, the mushrooms aren't plants. Mushroom and fungi are part of their own kingdom. So there's animals, plants, and fungi. And so for us, plant or fungi-based foods is a much more sustainable, much more water efficient and energy efficient solution. The third commitment we made with Eat the Change is around regenerative agriculture. And that's identified in Project Drawdown as an 11th ranking solution to address global warming. And so that can take many forms. The form that we think is most powerful is to use organic agriculture, to emphasize no chemical pesticides, no chemical fertilizers, avoiding, wherever possible, finding ways to restore the soil as you grow, rather than deplete the soil. We heard a lot of those themes in Gayle's comments as well. And so organic agriculture is something that is really important, and it has to be brought to scale. Some people say, well, organic just costs more, but I've shown through my experience that you can make organic cost accessible, and what we say is democratize it. So one of the most satisfying moments for me at Honest Tea was when we were able to partner with McDonald's and launch our organic drink, Honest Kids, nationally in McDonald's. And so when you go to McDonald's today, you'll find this organic, lower calorie drink available across all the menus. And just commercializing Honest Kids into McDonald's, that alone, so we sold over 200 million units in the first year. And Honest Kids is a 35 calorie drink. It replaced an 80 calorie drink. So that is 45 calorie differential times over 200 million meant that we, just through that launch, removed over 1 billion calories from the American diet. And of course, what's positive about that is it helps move the drinkers, which in this case are mostly children because it's connected to the kids' meal. You help to acclimate their taste buds for a lower calorie, lower taste, lower sugar profile. And if you can do that early enough, you help move them on a different trajectory from what they would normally consume. And of course, also being organic, you're helping to make organic products available. I should mention that Honest Kids was introduced to the McDonald's menu at the same price point as the previous drink. So there was not a premium anybody had to pay. And that's important when we think about organic as well. Another way to think about organic is to recognize that when organic avoids chemical pesticides, chemical herbicides, and fungicides, all of those words, fungicide, herbicide, they all have the same root as, homicide. It is that to kill. And so the chemicals in those compounds are designed to kill living organisms. And it's certainly our point of view that to the extent you can avoid putting compounds designed to kill living organisms, if you can avoid putting those into our ecosystem, that's a better thing for the planet. It's certainly a better thing for the animals involved in that, as well as the consumers, which, we're animals as well. And if we can avoid consuming those types of toxins, we think that's a better step for our health as well. The other area we have made an investment in, and Gayle mentioned this also was important, is biodiversity. And so, what we learned when we were launching Eat the Change is that there were 6 crops that represent over 57% of all agricultural output. And so it's corn, soy, wheat, sugar, rice, and potatoes. And we said, let's leave all of those crops out of our recipes. Now, on their own, there's nothing wrong with those crops, but when you develop an agricultural system that's so reliant on only 6 crops, you create a very risky system. It could, one climate shock or a disease could move through a crop, and leave you at a great risk. So we think a more resilient system is one that is more biodiverse in its orientation. And that's certainly something that we support. And of course, I'm talking about this in the framework of a company, but all of these choices are choices that consumers can make as well. And so I'll just recite them again: addressing food waste, shifting to plant-rich diets, focusing on regenerative or organic agriculture, choosing biodiversity or more resilient or a wider range of crops for our nutrients. And then the last one is around packaging, thinking about wherever we can, looking for packaging that can either be lightweighted or reduced or recycled or composted. So that's always something to strive for. The other way this can be brought to life is so we've done it with our mushroom jerky and well as other snacks we're working on, but we can also do it in the restaurant. And so with Planet Burger, obviously by the name, it suggests everything is plant-based. And you know, we deliberately identified the name as PLNT Burger because you could say plant, but you could say planet, you could say pleasant. It could really be whatever you want, but it certainly starts with being plant-based food. But one way we were able to create a menu offering that also addressed food waste was we had found in visiting our mushroom supplier, they work with the oyster mushroom. And the fruiting body of the oyster mushroom looks like a root ball. And when we were there, they were just putting those into the compost bin. And we said, well, what's going on there? They said, well, we haven't found a way to sell these in the marketplace. And so we said, but they're edible, right? And they still have a great source of nutrients. Oh, yeah, they're just not consumer friendly. So, well, that's where the restaurant come in. And so we took those fruiting bodies and we played around with them. And ultimately, we found a way to fillet them and then to blanch them and fry them. And at Planet Burger, we offer them as what we call our crispy chicken fungi sandwich. So a very creative way to incorporate food waste into the diet where the consumer finds it delicious. And of course, for us as a business, it's effective because it isn't that high cost. It's an item that would otherwise go to waste, and yet it still has all the nutrients. Then, these are some of the ways the choices we make with our food can help address climate. But an equally as scared as we should be about what's happening to our climate, we should be equally concerned about what's happening to the health of our population. The United States, despite the fact that we're the wealthiest nation in the history of the world, despite the fact that we have more knowledge of agriculture and nutrition and the science and technology of food than any nation in civilization has ever had, when the UN did their rankings of average life expectancy, and this was in 2019, the United States was not number one. Number one was China. We weren't number two. Number two was Japan. We weren't number three. Number three was Switzerland. Unfortunately, we were number 34. And so that's just a really shameful demonstration of how we've kind of squandered our fortune. We, despite our resources, despite our knowledge, we have just made bad choices and bad habits. And that's not just on the consumer, it's on the industry and even on the government and what we've emphasized. And in fact, so our life expectancy at the time, this was in 2019, was 79.8. When they updated those numbers just last year, our life expectancy went down to 78.8, and that was partially due to COVID. But think about that. You know, while we always talk about the part of the American dream is for, you know, to have a world for your children better than it was for you, and yet our children if current trends continue, are going to have shorter lives than us. And that's just there's a great Chinese proverb that says, if we don't change the direction we are headed, we will end up where we are going. And so we have to change the direction. And food is certainly a powerful way to do that. And so what that takes is the commercialization of different foods. And it takes consumers being more informed. And so Richard mentioned our ETC Impact program, and we have worked in different communities to find ways to help raise awareness for consumers about healthier, more planet-friendly diets. But we also have to increase access to these diets. So it's awareness, information, and access to planet-friendly diets. There's a myth out there that planet-friendly diets are more expensive than the animal-based diets. But of course, that's not the case at all. If you look around the world, most, frankly, all, with some exceptions of some indigenous populations, all have a staple dish that isn't animal-based. So whether it's rice and beans or other things that form complete proteins. And so now, as we develop the know-how and the science and the technology to offer plant-based foods that have the full nutritional profile that people need, this can be once again a tool to empower people to shift their diets. And so this is work that really doesn't happen at the government level, and frankly, in my opinion, shouldn't happen. It is going to be consumer-led, this change, and it needs to be consumer-led. And so what the retailers and the stores have a role in is making sure these products are accessible. One of the big breakthroughs at Beyond Meat certainly was the Beyond Burger. It was a really step change in the taste and quality of a plant-based burger, much different than the traditional veggie burger that had been out there. But equally as dramatic at Beyond Meat was the fact that we were able to convince the grocery store to take a plant-based burger and put it in the meat section of the store. And if you think about it, that's something that only happened, the Beyond Burger was launched in 2016. So really just 5 years ago. That's the first time really in history that plant-based alternatives have become part of the mainstream set of offerings. And the reason that's important is because less than 5% of the population is vegan or vegetarian. And so if we were going to launch this product and put it in the freezer where the other vegan products are sold, we'd only be offering it to the vegans and vegetarians. But by putting it in the meat section of the store, it becomes available to 95% of the market, the other 95% that doesn't think of plant-based protein as a viable substitute. And so the stores played a critical role in making these products available, accessible, and demonstrating that they're mainstream. And that has really been a profound change in our lifetimes. And of course, we also see that now happening in restaurants. And so whether it's chains like McDonald's or Burger King that are putting plant-based options right in the center of their menu, as opposed to sort of on the fringe, this is a big change that is happening. And as we look at the arc of history or even the arc of human development, I think we're going through a fundamental transition of diet. And so the reason I say that is when I was growing up, when people said, do you want some meat, or what is meat? We would always just say it's protein from an animal. But now we're being able to redefine meat. It is not just protein from an animal. It's really just an assembly of amino acids that form the proteins, of lipids that form the fats. And so meat can come from plants. It can come from different sources. And I believe it's within our lifetimes that, sort of if I were to have grandchildren someday, I could hear them asking, wait, did you really have a system that was reliant on raising and slaughtering billions of animals to feed yourselves? Why was that the case when you could have fed yourselves just with plants? You didn't have to go through all that waste, all the environmental impact. And so I feel like the power to eat the change, our ability is just on the cusp, and it's only going to grow in the years ahead.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for being the innovator and disruptor that you are.
Thank you.
You've presented that very well. I see we have a number of your co-session participants. If you will unmute your microphones and your cameras, and if you have any comments or questions for Seth, please go ahead.
Seth, good to see you again.
Hi.
Yeah, and Richard, you may not know, but Seth was actually a speaker at the founding Urban Agriculture Summit at UDC. What?
Oh boy, yeah.
7-8 years ago now.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
So thank you for this great presentation, Seth, and it's great to see all the other ventures that you've gotten yourself into since your tea adventure, which was the first one. I have a question though, linking to your past and your interest in policy.
Yes.
You certainly make a very strong and persuasive point that consumers are key and our own individual behaviors are key. But where do you see the role of policy to, I don't know, maybe nudge people? Or, I mean, you gave an interesting organizational example with the grocery stores, right? It took not just the individual behavior of consumers, but it took a larger organizational decision to put the plant products in the meat counter. So I just like to hear you reflect a little bit on that. Thank you.
That's a good, thank you, Sabine. That's a great question. And there certainly are opportunities. So one of the very powerful examples of a government nudge is around the organic seal. So when we launched Honest Tea, there were organic standards all over the country, literally all over the country. We worked with Pennsylvania certified organic, but there was California, Oregon, all these different organic standards, and they weren't all consistent. And so the government basically helped us brand organic. They created the USDA organic seal, which became a seal, you could spot on any package. And I'll just show one here. And all of a sudden, it gave the consumers a common reference point by standardizing the information and making it aspirational. The government did not mandate everything has to be organic. Of course, that's a different step. But by creating that standard that consumers could connect with, it did help create a positive incentive in the marketplace. Another area where policy could play a real role is around lunch programs for kids. So right now, as I'm sure you know, a lot of the school lunches are subsidized, and it's a kind of a way for the government to support certain types of agriculture. Well, if we could shift to a particular profile or toward more plant-based protein, that's something that could, be positive for the kids' health and positive for supporting the development of plant protein as well. And we see some of that happening in some communities, certainly not on the federal level, but that's an opportunity as well.
Very good. Very good. Yes, I mean, I like to think about the interdependence of these different elements in America: citizens, entrepreneurs, consumers, governments at different levels. And the natural tendency, since Americans are very feisty and energetic and aggressive, the natural tendency is to think of these other entities as somehow getting in the way.
Yeah.
Rather than thinking about how do we work together for the common welfare and the common health that you were talking about.
Yeah, and just to illustrate how it's often easy to identify the big companies as kind of enemies here, but that's not the case. Look at what Coca-Cola did with Honest Tea. We were trying to build this brand, and we did for 10 years on our own. But when Coca-Cola got involved, we grew our distribution tenfold. And so when I talk about trying to democratize organic or democratize healthy food, we need the scale of these large participants. And so, and the reason, but I go back to the reason that Coke decided to buy Honest Tea was because consumers helped identify there was potential here. And so that's where the consumer still plays that critical role. None of these things come to fruition if the consumers don't get on board. You've always got to win. If you win the consumer, you can win a lot of other things. And it's interesting, in fact, with Beyond Meat, we've gone through some challenges where some of the big meat industry organizations will try to restrain some of the labeling rules. They'll try to say, well, you can't call this meat or you can't call this sausage. And so far we've won those challenges. And you say, well, you don't want to fight against the lobbyists and everything like that. And I always say, well, the fact is, if I had to choose, I'd rather have the consumer on my side, because the consumer is going to push for what they want. And so they are just critical to all of this, this movement working.
Yes. Yes, the struggle over words and concepts is just part of our daily life as soon as you turn on the TV.
Yeah, but those words are important. But then I go back to, so for example, you could think about the cell phone, and someone might say to me, oh, well, you could imagine a time if where, well, a lobby might say, well, you can't call that a phone because it's not plugged into a wall or it doesn't have a dial. And yet it's so much more convenient and the experience is so much superior that you could have had to call it a Jetfoil, whatever it is, you would still use it. So ultimately, if we are addressing consumers' needs, we're still going to win.
Yes. Actually, when Steve Jobs came out on the stage and first introduced the iPhone, he said, "I have a computer in my pocket."
Yeah.
I see Myra Jackson is also there, and Gayle is there. Do you have comments or questions for Seth?
Well, I do, Seth. I would just want to jump in and say, Honest Tea was a brand that I adored.
Well, thank you.
And I had to make a decision when you went Coca-Cola.
Yes.
To really look at that with fresh eyes. And I bet others did too. In fact, there were many of us who had the conversation, I remember. And one of the things in the space that we're in that I think is really up is that all of these brands ultimately will bend to where we are as people. And that will happen. And so every brand needs to have a chance to make that transition. And so I saw this partnership with Honest Tea and Coca-Cola as perhaps a wonderful influence for Coca-Cola to look at their entire supply chain. One of the ways to make a transition is to make new investments, bring on new partners that are aspirational.
Yes.
And in terms of where you need to go. I know some of the most brilliant advisors of these large corporations are very clear to these brands that consumers will not continue to see harm on the environment or harm to people as products are coming to market. That is going to be a game changer. So you are in that position of being able to join with an organization that has begun to take those strides. I just am curious, have you seen evidence of more of that happening in others that you're partnering with? I'd love to know from your perspective how vigorous you see that change afoot.
Thank you, Myra, for that question. And thank you for, giving Honest Tea a chance. And I remember at the time we did the investment from Coca-Cola, there were a lot of questions raised. And I said at the time, I said, keep an eye on us. And our phrase was, keep us honest. Like, if you see us backing down from what we're doing in any way, like, call it out, because I may miss it, but I stayed, with the brand for 9 years after Coke invested. So it was not by any means like parting, and one of the reasons I stayed is because I did want to make sure those commitments were enforced and upheld. And they were. I mean, one of the things that was interesting is that when Coke invested in 2008, we had about 40% of our tea line was fair trade certified. But by the time Coke bought the brand 3 years later, all of the tea had become fair trade certified. Of course, fair trade means we were investing back into our communities, paying a premium to our suppliers, could invest in education, particularly girls and women education and other ways to support these communities. And then 4 years later, we actually converted all the sugar to fair trade. So it went from spending, tens of thousands of dollars to spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to reinvest into these communities. And I'm proud to say today, all of Honest Tea's tea line is still fair trade certified for both the tea and the sugar. So they did deepen it. And this is a case going back to Sabine's question, when you have a marketplace standard, they can't, not that there was pressure, but they can't move away from organic because there's a standard there. And if it's on the label, that's what consumers expect. And so I do think companies can move and want to move to be relevant for consumers. The key, once again, is this what consumers want? And that's why the voice of the consumer is so powerful. And I think it's very easy because consumers we're so fragmented. We're not organized the way political parties are organized or the way that interest groups are organized. We don't necessarily realize the power we have. But even thinking back to McDonald's, right? McDonald's taking on Honest Kids. Why would McDonald's choose to take a product that was more expensive for them to buy? In fact, the margin was less because they didn't change the price. So the reason they did it is because they had heard from consumers, I want something healthier for my children. And so ultimately, the companies are going to do what the consumers demand. And it just takes enough voices to speak out, enough people expressing their opinion or voting with their dollars. When they see somebody else, a competitor growing in a certain category, they'll go. And we've certainly seen it in plant-based protein with respect to Beyond Meat. You've seen now big companies invest in plant-based protein. And the reason they have done that is because they see the growth at Beyond Meat. So these companies do want to continue to be relevant. I'd like to think that they will also do what I'll say is the right thing, the better thing for the planet or for the consumer. Fortunately, in most cases, what the consumer wants is better for the planet and the consumer. But I think the entrepreneurs are the ones who will continue to demonstrate these solutions are viable.
Yes. I'd like to just emphasize you point out the critical role of the consumer, but don't overlook your own contribution as an entrepreneur. And I want to just point out that you're a businessman, but not like many business people who are driven by the quarter bottom line. How are we going to look in 3 months to our stockholders? I think you seem to be driven by a different idea, which is how do we produce something that's better from a health standpoint and the survivability of our planet? And yet you're a businessman. So I just want to point out that that's a critical role that you demonstrate in your own work.
Well, thank you for saying that. I if this were an Academy Award speech, I would say I owe it all to the consumer. So, we wouldn't succeed without consumers embracing these changes that we're putting forth.
Yeah, but also it's interesting that if you look at the history of corporations, the corporation that has lasted the longest, which is over 450 years, it's in Sweden. I forget the name of it, but if you look at how it's lasted so long, because most corporations don't last more than a century.
Yeah.
This corporation has lasted 4.5 centuries. And the reason it has is because it was always adapting to changes. And it actually changed its business model repeatedly.
Yeah. Nice. There's a great Darwin quote. I'm not going to get exactly right, but we had it as an honesty bottle cap, and it was the strongest of the species. The survival of the species isn't based on strength or speed; it's on adaptability to change.
Yes, exactly. Wonderful. All right. Are there any other questions from Sabine or Gayle? I see I've got another question came in from a viewer. It's Laura Madden who asked a question earlier. By the way, thank you for being so engaged and interested, Laura. She says, most of our federal state government funding is directed to support cash crops, which are not providing incentive to grow plants for human food consumption, but more so push farmers toward animal farming and corn, soybeans.
Yes.
While government is not the solution, what can it do to help assure more food plants are available to support plant-based markets?
I think the biggest thing is, if to the extent the government would stop subsidizing those meat crops, then the marketplace can play a more active role. And so here's an example. If you're a farmer, you want to grow a crop, right? If you have a choice between growing a crop that's fed to an animal and then that animal is fed to people, that's literally lower on the food chain, versus if you grow a crop that's fed to people, you're higher on the food chain. And so you capture more value. It's a value added crop. You capture more margin. And so when the government subsidizes these commodity crops, they are making them meat-based food, animal-based food, cheaper than it actually is. So in a sense, the meat that is a staple of the American diet is the full cost is not represented. And of course, not just the commodity cost, but also the environmental cost, the health cost of animal-based food. So I think rather than, of course, it'd be nice to hear the government subsidizing or supporting plant-based protein. I would just rather see them stop subsidizing animal-based protein.
Yes, but isn't that partly because there are powerful, moneyed lobbyists?
Yes.
That send their lawyers and their beautifully dressed persuaders in to talk to people in the Department of Agriculture.
Yeah, it's true. But I could spend time worrying about that. But I ultimately know when the fact that we're using a crop that's 99% less water, 93% less land, it means we have a cost advantage. The only reason plant-based protein is somewhat higher now is because it's not yet scaled. But as we continue to scale, those costs will come down. And we're confident that within 5 years, plant-based protein or Beyond Meat will be able to underprice animal-based protein. And so within 5 years, we'll be at a place where our products will be at parity or better around taste. They're already superior with respect to nutrition. They're already superior with respect to environmental impact. And so we get to what I call that flipping point where, okay, well, if it's better on taste, nutrition, and cost, then why do I need the animal-based option?
Yeah, very good. All right, well, why don't we transition now into the panel? I see that Sabine has unmuted her camera and microphone, and momentarily Gayle has disappeared. I hope she comes back. Where is she? And Myra, please stay involved. You can be part of the panel. Where is Gayle? All right, well, one of you start and I will
Can you hear
finish.
me? I have my video.
There you go.
Oh, there you are. Okay, Gayle's back. All right, and Sabine, unmute your microphone and camera, if you would. Stepped away momentarily. All right. So Gayle and Seth and Myra, if you have some questions. There's Sabine back. Okay. So we're in the panel now. So you're all free to comment on or ask questions of each other. So please, who would like to start?
Yeah, maybe I'll throw the first thought out there because I'm intrigued by that conversation we were just having about the role of prices and price subsidies or lack thereof. In other words, you're seeking to level the playing field a bit, but how about taking it a step further? Because it seems to me that if we really want to make a difference in terms of health impacts and positive environmental impacts, then maybe price policies should be used to tilt the advantages in the other direction, right? Mm-hmm. So why shouldn't products that improve health and that improve environmental health be given an advantage over products that undermine both human health and the health of the planet? So, my ambition would be a bit further, Seth, rather than saying, let's do away with the subsidies that support negative products. Can we also look at actually supporting initiatives that make a positive difference?
It's a very fair question, and I guess I wouldn't argue against it, but I just worry, and obviously I feel very fortunate to have been born in this country. I know there's very few countries where you could do what I've been able to do, basically create these businesses out of nothing. And of course, I recognize I've been born with privilege and access to capital and access to education that not everyone in this country is born with. So I don't take that for granted either. That said, I also am a bit of a capitalist. So, and maybe, my son, who's less of a capitalist, says, well, there is basically socialism going on in this country for corporations. So, just which corporations should get it. But my preference would be for the government not to be picking winners either way. It would be to let consumers have the information they need to make decisions, and let them let the marketplace decide. Now, you could make a good argument that that's sort of got us where we were, which is not a good place. But I still, I do believe that maybe it's a blind faith, but I do have faith that the consumer will get this right if we can just put these choices in front of them, make them cost accessible, and not be. I mean, I'm very glad that the government did not restrict our ability to call our products meat, even though there was some legislation proposed to do that. So I do think government getting out of the way and letting competition happen can be positive. It's not always positive, but it can be. I mean, and I recognize, especially with respect to farmers, that competition can be harmful if it's big corporations can hurt them. But with respect to the consumers, I'm more a supporter of free choice for the consumer.
I guess I need to jump in here. In light of a couple of different things, and one of them is going back to that same cycle idea that Sabine had talked about with the fish and the waste in the water, and that whole cycle that happens on land too.
Yeah.
And ruminant animals are the only animal that can take energy from the sunlight that comes into the plants and create cellulose and turn that into something that human beings can digest. People can't do that. Pigs can't do that. Goats can do it. Cow can do it. And so you go back out to those big wide open spaces in Montana where some places they can grow wheat and they can grow corn and they can grow other things, but there's a lot of places in the country and in the world where grazing is about the only thing that they can do. So if on a couple of different situations or a couple different sets of circumstances with that, if you take that option away from people, it would probably be worse for the planet if they would choose to grow some different kind of a crop that's not as well suited to some of those areas as grass is. And the other thing is that the manure that comes, I mean, we couldn't have organic crops if we didn't have some kind of manure to fertilize those organic crops from. And that mostly comes from animals. So I think we have to look at the whole cycle when we talk about messing with one part of it, and not go to the direction that it's all one way or it's all the other way. I think it takes the whole system working together. I
certainly agree. I'm never would want to be seen as a supporter of abolishing animal agriculture. I think my point is that it is dramatically overweighted to animal agriculture. We now grow billions of animals and grow and slaughter billions of animals far in excess of what we need to in order to support viable ecosystems. So I'm not against cows grazing, but when you talk about the concentrated animal feed operations, those are there's no element of sustainability connected to those. I also think that a lot of when we talk about whether it's the clear cutting of forests in the Amazon, that's primarily done to grow grains to then support cattle, and so we could use a lot less cultivated land to support our diets, and if we had a better balance of plant-based protein in our diets.
And I agree that some of the subsidies, I mean, supporting some of the commodities is not only for animal feed. I mean, there's other things like high fructose corn syrup that's not something we want to support a lot either. But you know, ethanol and other uses for cornstarch, some of the biodegradable silverware, and there's those sorts of things too that can be positive. On the flip side of that, that kind of support and the CSR, the corn suitability ratio, that rating that is given to land, is one of the things that causes the price of land to go up. So there's some negative costs to farmers too from some of those kinds of supports that happen. And there's quite a number of farmers that grow corn who would just as soon have it go away as well. So I think if there's any lesson in all of this, is that there is no one size fit all, that there is all kinds of different opinions out there, and many of them are right for a lot of different reasons and their circumstances. So I you know, how we approach that is an interesting thing from a policy development perspective. One of the things that will be on my resource list, if anyone's interested, PFI made a full-length video. It's like an hour and 20 minutes long, something like that, called Livestock on the Land, that really talks a lot about not only the cycle of livestock grazing and fertilizer, but also the social aspects of that, how the livestock and the labor that they involve helps to support more of the social aspects in rural communities also. So that's something I would recommend people go see if you're interested in that topic. Livestock on the Land, you can do a search on YouTube.
Yes, I would just comment. I'm not anywhere as knowledgeable as all of you on the question of food and farming and those questions. But it seems to me, just listening, that while there are valuable perspectives on these issues, diverse opinions, there's a question of scale that's important. And so Gayle makes the interesting point that, well, animal manure is fertilizer for organic plants. However, with my little knowledge, I think I've seen huge reservoirs of manure on pig farms and chicken farms where there couldn't possibly be a productive use of all that manure. So it's a question of scale, I think.
Actually there is. I mean, they have the technology. With our part of the state, we don't have them ourselves, but there are quite a few hog and turkey buildings. And they've got the technology that they can basically use a portable pipeline that they can pipe some of that manure from the hog pits out onto the fields. I know in Northwest Iowa, that's one of the limiting, there are laws in the state that you have to put together a manure management plan. You can't have a building that holds so many animals and makes so much manure that you can't deal with it. So you have to have a manure management plan that says, I've got this many acres, my facility can hold this many animals, and it will produce this amount of manure, and I've got this many acres that it can be spread on, and it's tested. So we know the nutrient content of what's in that before it goes on our field.
So how did that standard come about, and who enforces it?
That's a really interesting question. It came about because of the consumers and the neighbors who didn't want to live next to it and didn't want to have a lot of people that were just letting it run down the ditches and cause stinks and trouble and all that sort of thing. So that's a big part of it. I'm not a big fan of confinement. I mean, we're using their manure because it's an asset, it's a resource that we've got locally that we can benefit from, especially on our organic ground. But that's not how I would ever want to raise livestock myself.
And who enforces that parameter?
That depends. Those have to be filed with the state, with the Department of Agriculture. They've got a division there. If there's spills or problems with it, then the Department of Natural Resources get involved also.
So that demonstrates what I've been mentioning a number of times, which is the interdependence of citizens and neighbors and businesses and farms and governments. It's not one against the other, but to find that biophilic, productive purpose, we need to work together to achieve that. Here's a question that comes in from Campbell Moore, who is my son-in-law, and who is on the global planning team for the Nature Conservancy, and a graduate of the Yale School of Forestry. So he sends this question. I'm curious if Seth has explored working with large grocery chains to position plant-based meats as a way to help them meet some of their net zero 2050 climate commitments in their scope 3 emissions.
It's a great question. We've definitely worked with restaurants that seek to do that. I mean, it's really interesting because these restaurants will make a commitment about reducing their carbon footprint, and then don't necessarily have a path. And then, of course, they recognize that shifting to, or at least adding more plant-based options as a way to do that. We haven't done it as much with grocery chains, but I will share with you an interesting, you mentioned your son-in-law, I'll mention my son. He went to Emory in Atlanta, and he had a very interesting, his senior thesis was focused on food and ethics and food impact. And he came across a very interesting kind of tension at Emory. So the university had made a commitment its carbon footprint, and then he got to know the folks in the food service organization, and they had made a commitment to lowering their food service, their food footprint. But for the food service team, their method of lowering their carbon footprint was to source more local food. And my son pointed out, well, look, if you're buying beef, you're buying it from Atlanta or from Georgia, it's still going to have a much higher footprint than if you're buying a plant-based option, even if that comes from California. And so it's very, there are often, people may have sort of some of the same goals, but they don't necessarily identify the same solutions or think about the solutions in the same way. And so it's part of what will help here. And we see this as developing common language, just like USDA Organic was a common frame of reference. I think over time, corporations and particularly ESG structures will benefit when we can all sort of have common metrics that we can evaluate decisions on.
Yes.
Wonderful. Oh, thank you for the metrics piece there, Seth, because one of the things that I'm certainly hoping amongst all of us, groups, organizations, local communities, consumers and whatnot, that we make room for earth metrics.
Yes.
Yeah. Because even when we recognize 70% of fresh water is involved in agriculture, we really need to have in mind that globally, in terms of fresh water versus all the water that covers the earth, fresh waters is 2.5%. And it's less than 1% that is fresh waters we have available to drink and use for agriculture. So when we begin to think about the earth as a body, which we really need to attend to because we're impacting it, and then chisel down right to the local, right to the watershed, then now we have something that as a system becomes manageable. When we're looking at water, soil health has a lot to do with the ability for more abundant water flows and cleaner water. I have a concern when we have these conversations anymore, outside of having an appreciation for the metrics that we all in Iowa or Seth at Beyond Burger needs to be tying to Those won't go away, and we need to have a better appreciation for them. The challenge that we also have with just relying on consumer-oriented information rather than planetary citizen-based information is that there is a goal. So the statistics and the information you're getting are moving you toward a buy. But we need a source of information that allows us to be present on the planet in a responsible way. And that's what I'm looking for as we think about our scaled up debates and those local actions that we will take.
It's a great point.
Thank you so much for bringing that up, Myra, because the challenge that I see with these, how do we bring these earth-based, nature-based, planet-based goals and objectives and measures toward these goals more into focus is these measures don't have the same time scale. Economic measures are very short term, and we look at them very short term. We know that consumer behavior is probably somewhere in the middle. It's not so easy to change it. And even though we know what's good for us in terms of what we should be eating, that doesn't necessarily mean we do it, right? So, so how do we get at this behavior stuff? But when it comes to really bringing Earth metrics into the conversation, you're talking time frames that are completely different.
Yeah.
And that makes it so challenging because it's so tempting to think, well, it's not going to happen in my lifetime. Well, you know what? I'm a grandmother. Okay. So it does matter. But it's much more challenging to find a reference point that people can relate to when we're saying, oh, we want you to change your behavior, not only because it's good for you and your own body, but because it's good for the planet. And by the way, you're definitely not going to be around to see any difference.
I've got a couple of examples, policy-related examples that I'd like to share on that. One of them, we talked about the subsidies for the commodities. There are also government programs that support conservation practices, and they've kind of gone in and out of favor and up and down in the amount that they're funded. But I think if we want to make a difference, that would certainly be a better place to put the money instead of subsidizing commodities, but to subsidize practices that we know improve water quality, improve soil quality, improve air quality. And I think, we talked about land use. The farmers own the land and they're responsible for taking care of it. But it's a public good issue too, because how they take care of the land impacts the water and the air quality. And so having those kinds of subsidies to be able to help support some of the public good kinds of things that farmers do on their land to make it a better environmental practice, I think that makes a lot of sense. The other example is a corporate one, and going back to those big food companies, there are things that the big companies that can do that the little companies can't do. And one of those that we're involved with PFI, we've got some cost share that at least one, maybe a couple of those companies do. And I'm not on the inside of it, so I can't give you all the details about it. But basically, farmers who enroll in the program, it's a way for the company to be able to share some of the cost of being a good environmental steward, and they help to cover some of the cost share for cover crops. So, and the cover crops are proven to make a difference in water quality that goes through there. It keeps the soil in place. It can act as a carbon sink, although that's not quantified very well. So there's a lot of environmental points, if you want to call them that the companies can get by helping to do some cost share for the farmers to help cover their costs of investing in those kinds of practices. So I think those are some of the kinds of policy issues, whether it's in a public policy or through private enterprise, that we need to be a lot more creative about how we put those together.
Yes, I think this last cycle of comments and questions really brings up the whole question of an ideal future. And when you talk about metrics, you're really talking about a way of measuring the ideal future that we're trying to create. And Seth certainly has talked about his vision of moving food toward an ideal future. And each of you have touched on different aspects of it. And it's when we talk about how do we adjust these various subsidies and government policies and regulations, and how do neighbors affect local state governments, and et cetera. We're talking about the interdependence of people visioning, really working on a shared vision of a better future. And you're all involved in it wonderfully. And so I just want to highlight that perspective. Any other comments or questions? This has been a wonderful and very rich and nutritious discussion. And if there are no other comments, any last comments or questions? No.
Yes.
Well, yes, go ahead.
Just one thing from me is here we are, two grandmothers, and Seth, I don't know your circumstances, but talking about the future. We need to make sure that the young people are engaged in this conversation as well. I think they are certainly, they want to do good. They have great ideas. That they're the ones that are going to have to live with that future, and they deserve a voice at the table as well. So we need to make sure that we keep a seat open for them.
That's a great point, Gayle. I'll just build on. I'm not a grandparent yet, but I will say that I've seen younger people have a much more firm set of opinions. They and also much firm about where we should be heading, but also much more flexible in terms of definition. So I mentioned earlier, that we get hung up on whether this is a phone. Young people don't care. It's like whatever does it, and so young people don't get hung up on, I don't have a car, but I can get a ride because someone else, through Uber will give me a ride, or I don't have a hotel room, but I can stay somewhere else because of Airbnb. Or even around gender and identity, they're much more flexible. So I think younger people will be, to try to tell them, well, you can't call something milk because it doesn't come from a cow, or you can't call something meat because it doesn't come from a slaughtered animal. Young people just don't get hung up on those definitions. They're going to think about what is the best thing for me and for the future. And that's what they're not just going to expect, it's what they're going to demand. And so they are a critical part of shifting our food system. And we've seen it, whether it's at Eat the Change or Beyond Meat. We know when we launch a product, we've got to connect with the younger audience, because they're the ones who are vocal. They're the ones who are sharing the content on social media channels. They're the ones, frankly, and I'll personal anecdote here. I grew up eating meat. It wasn't until my son, who's now 29, but when he was 13, that he persuaded my wife and I to be, and the rest of our family, to be vegetarian. And then our other son persuaded us to be vegan 2 years ago. So when we can listen to them, they have a lot to say, and they have their eyes set on, a much healthier, more sustainable future.
Wonderful. Go ahead, Myra.
I just want to, Sabine had an experience of learning beyond the second laws of thermodynamics. I did too, and as an electro engineer, that was a biggie, like in physics. And I want to just say that in this conversation, we only know, soil scientists will tell you, 2% about soils. There's more unknown about soils than space. So here's the big deal. Beginning with yesterday, Ravi talked about ignorance. We have to really understand in the space that we're in is that the big opportunity is that the system we're a part of, this living universe, is sure to deliver us more will gain more territory in the unknown. And as we do, entrepreneurs, innovators, this is our space. We all are going to have an opportunity to find elegant solutions by being in the conversation today. And I think we're really set up for it well in the United States of America.
Wonderful, wonderful. On the point that Gayle was making about young people, certainly a critical point. And I just want to remind everyone that we're going to be making a book out of this conference. And so we will be back and forth interactively with you each about your piece in that book, your chapter, your presentation, et cetera. And also we want to work with all the presenters and organizing committee members who are in universities and colleges. And we want to develop a course based upon the conference, which really is rooted in the concept of an ideal future, that our country was founded by visionaries, though flawed, and that they believed in continually making a more perfect democratic society, small d. And that visioning is what this conference is all about, and that'll be what the course is about. And so I want to engage you also in that process. And a personal note, I've been continually emailed and advised by my daughter and my wife that I have continued to mispronounce your name. It's pronounced Sabine?
Sabine, yes. Or Sabine, yes.
Yes, and I apologize. And both my daughter and my wife are excellent linguists, speaking several languages, very sensitive to sounds, much more than me. And so I apologize for that.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I want to thank all of you, Seth, Gayle, Myra, and Sabine, for this really wonderful discussion, so rich, so full. What a meal of ideas and practices and perspectives. So we will continue as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Glad to be part of the conversation.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome back to the afternoon session on the second day of Visioning a Better America conference, a conference of citizens from across the country who are going to be presenting what they are doing, where they live, in making a better America, given the challenges that they face. I want to remind everyone that if you have questions, please send them to Visioning a Better America, all one word, Visioning a Better America at gmail.com. And I am delighted to welcome Klarke Stricklen, who is going to present Revisioning Slavery's University in the New South. She is a student, a scholar, and an activist. And I'm particularly happy to have her participate because many of the earlier presenters, being older, were talking about how to reach younger people. And so I'm happy to actually have a student come and speak to us. So let me say that Klarke Stricklen is an American Studies major with a minor in African American Studies at the University of the South, also called Sewanee. Originally from Chattanooga, Tennessee, Klarke is passionate about fostering inclusive spaces that empower marginalized communities, especially in the Deep South. She is the vice president and charter member for the Youth and College Division Unit of the NAACP at the University of the South. Through the NAACP, she addresses inequities facing African American communities and other marginalized groups on campus. She is the research school's she is the research assistant for the Robertson Project on Slavery, Race, and Reconciliation, which addresses the school's history as the only U.S. college created to preserve slavery and the insurgent Confederate society and economy. Early presidents of the school were Confederate generals who fought against the United States. Recently, Klarke was named a 2021 Truman Scholar. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for that kind introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Klarke Stricklen, and I am a senior at the University of the South, an American Studies major. And as Dr. Margolies said, I am also a student researcher for the Robertson Project on Slavery, Race, and Reconciliation. So today, my presentation is on re-envisioning slavery's university, and it's a term coined by the director of our project. So what I want to focus on in the beginning is the challenge that's created within re-envisioning, slavery's university. And so the University of the South was an institution dedicated to educating the sons of Southern planters and preserving the plantation society, including the clause of reinforcing a system of racial hierarchy. And for so long, our community had sought to discard this history until recently, in the fall of 2020, when our Board of Regents recognized our historical ties to the Confederacy and lost cause mythologies. And in that instance, our university sought to transform our history and our narrative by actually acknowledging it and continuing on a path towards transforming that history. And so from this question and from, the actions of our university, one thing that has kind of remained the same is, where do we go from here? And so before I kind of start going into my ideas and the work that I've done in relation to this topic, I wanted to tell you guys a few facts about the university. And so the first fact is that the university organizing efforts began in the 1850s, the late 1850s, and especially kind of tie in with the laying of the cornerstone in 1860. And so the university's organizing efforts were led by bishops in the Episcopal Church because we are a fiscal institution. And so one of the Episcopal bishops, Bishop Leonidas Polk of Louisiana, said of the purpose of a Southern institution to another Bishop Eliot, who is also a founder of our university. And he said the institution was indispensable for our protection, our security, and our prosperity. And in the R, he really emphasizes the need of white men and their Southern sons who would come to that university to be educated on that topic. Because to understand Bishop Polk's sentiments, you have to understand that he had been a planner, a Southern planner that profited from the exploitation of Black bodies in the South. And it utilized his status to assume more societal prestige and economic uplift. The increasing Northern sentiment of abolition and separation and a war, found its way into the lives of our founders who feared that the North would take away their Southern aristocracy in the way that they made their living. And so in many instances, Polk's words to Eliot are a way to protect their way of life and their ways of life. And I think that was what the university was also meant to do. And so by the time we get to 1860, with the laying of the cornerstone, it's a pivotal moment in our history. And it's a pivotal moment because it defines who we are, who's at the table in those instances, and who's speaking at this event is really a representation of what the university was meant to be. And so I go to the figure who was our main speaker at the time, who is John Preston. He's a former Southern planter turned businessman who's just sold his hummus plantation for a market value of $1 million at that time, which was a lot of money. And so in that instance, he reiterates in his speech the need for a Southern university to protect Southern interests. And those interests, for many of them who were enslavers and who profited off of the slave economy, was the exploitation of Black bodies, but also a religious belief and that grounding and the intertwined relationship between the two. And so actors like John Preston are important to our history. And when we look at the history of the university, because it demonstrates directly the ties that our university had since its founding and the laying of the cornerstone to the slave aristocracy, and what the university would be, especially as an educational institution that would teach these values to its students who would have been white males at the time, because it was a male institution. So when we're looking at John Preston, who is better to give this main speech of what the university would be than John Preston, who just sold his plantation for over $1 million, ended up being a colonel in the Confederacy, and holds all of these ideals. And so I think we can learn more about our university's history through looking at the actors who it allowed to speak for them. And so the second point that I really want to emphasize is that the Civil War set back initial plans for the opening of the university, and the doors would eventually open in 1868. So many scholars within the university and outside have contended that after the Civil War, the university discontinued its ideas grounded in racial inferiority and subscribed to those of the Union. So basically what that means is that the previous ideals of Polk, who sought to preserve this slaveholding aristocracy and preserve the ways of the Old South, was ended at the battlefield. After the Confederacy lost, scholars contend that the university became that of the United States, and represented something that would come together to form these values of a union. And that is simply not true. From looking at the founding professors who would end up teaching especially in the college calendar year of 1870 and different ones. A lot of them had ties to the Confederacy, had held roles in the Confederacy, or had been former planters themselves. And so after the Civil War, from what I've researched and the readings that I've read from the work of our founders, is that the university becomes a haven for instrumental actors in the Confederacy. They found employment and an environment in which they could intertwine their work into the curriculum of the college, which is a very important point because we are an educational institution, which also goes to show that this was also another second grounding in the act of using education to preserve a system of racial inferiority. And one of the main actors, that I sought to present today was Josiah Gorgas, who is a namesake for Gorgas Dormitory on our campus, but he's also mentioned in Douglas Blackmon's Slavery by Another Name. And so Blackman characterizes him, as a general in the Confederacy and the architect of a slave-driven Alabama wartime industrial complex. And this differs from the description that we get from some sources from our university's history, where they characterize him as a former headmaster. And then in the calendar year of 1870, he's a professor of engineering and physics. And in that regard, the importance of Gorgas to the university is a demonstration of how the university continued to foster the ideals of the original founders, who believed that the institution would be one that educated the next generation of Southern planters. Now, after the Civil War, we know slavery is non-existent. So new systems of Black exploitation, needed to be created and exist to maintain the racial order of the South. And this is kind of what Slavery by Another Name really dissects in and really seeks to emphasize. And I think it's something that we can learn from Gorgas, who took enslaved Black people off the plantation and put them into an industrial setting, and this is the precursor to Slavery by Another Name on shifting ways in which Black bodies are exploited. And so thinking of Gorgas now as a professor, even though we don't have the documents that he would have taught, we can only imagine, teaching engineering and physics and having been the architect of this exploitation of Black bodies that's moved from the plantation setting, what types of teaching he would have been teaching his students, about further ideas of Black exploitation within the classrooms and really grounding them in this idea of a racial caste system. And so these few examples really set the stage for the university after the Civil War and well into the 20th century, and how the university, after the Confederacy, continues to perpetuate lost cause methodologies within its educational curriculums and social environments. Because after the Civil War, you have big groups, including the Daughters of the Confederacy, who spark up, and there are groups at the university that do those same things to protect lost cause mythologies and erect monuments and memorials in the regard to the Confederacy. And so it just shows how there is a continuation of the original founders' ideals within the involvement of the university. So now we're going back to the question at hand. So where do we go from here? We know all of this information, we've gathered it, we're still learning more. How do we enact in this transformation that's going to create safe learning environments for students at the university? Because students at the university don't look the same way they did in 1870. There's women, there's men, there are all different types of genders and races that attend the university at this aspect. So where do we go from here? Is kind of the question from this exclusive place to an inclusive space. And so I've kind of outlined two key themes that I think work to engage in this transformation. I don't think there is a clear-cut solution, but I think there is progress to be made from that. I don't think any system of oppression has one simple fix. I think it's a multitude of different strategies and programs that seek to uplift marginalized communities. And so the two main themes that I outline is the archive, which is a learning instrument for learning history, but also monuments and memorials. And so I'll start with the archives. So the university archives at our university really tells the story of white Sewanee. But what does it say about Black students on campus or the historic Black community of St. Mark's? And it doesn't really say that much. And so for my work, I've really been able to engage in these questions and really work to create resources and gather those resources to help it become a more inclusive space. And so the first kind of point I would like to make is that through my work with the Roberson Project and different campus initiatives, I was able to create a Black timeline, which was a timeline of the first generations of Black alumni to attend the university. And so the first Black student to graduate from the university, specifically the college, was in 1970, and his name is Nathaniel Owens. And so I started with conversations of looking for Mr. Owens after our university had a 50 years of women's celebration. And I had figured that his 50 years was coming up. And so I reached out to alums on campus, and no one had his contact information. So this meant that I needed to go researching to find it. And when I finally did, we had conversations, and I really just engaged his interest in wanting to tell his story, because it was another side of the university's narrative that hadn't been told before. And I thought it was really important, to have these stories of Black students who went to the campus in times of stress and, this beginning towards creating a better future with desegregation and integration. And so from Mr. Owens's oral history that I did, I created an article. And from that, I kept asking questions about what was more to learn. And so this started a journey toward creating a comprehensive timeline to mark the 55-year celebration of Black alumni at the university, with Father Green graduating 55 years ago as the first Black student at the Theological Seminary. And so I created this outline to really tell those stories and intertwine their narratives with the larger one of the university. And so that meant their achievements, their social programming and clubs, so the creation of Black student unions, what was the campus climate at the time, what were their experiences. And I'm still learning from that and still gathering more resources to be able to tell a more holistic story of the university in that aspect. And so the second marker that I'll highlight on is my summer work in the year of 2019, where I worked with the Roberson Project on digitalizing oral histories. And so what that meant was we had digitalization days where we gathered materials from members of the historic St. Mark's community. And we took oral history interviews and we did community mapping, and we just created a relationship with that community to be able to give them a platform to tell their stories. Because often in the archives, you'll have other members of the Sewanee community who are more often than not white that will tell the perspective of the St. Mark's community. And so we really wanted them to have their own space to be able to tell those stories and share their experiences and the experiences of their ancestors who had lived on the mountain for generations. And so that work was really meaningful to me because we were able to later create a website for them so that they could see those different artifacts and that it would be with them and their family members forever. And their descendants could continuously look and add to that website as well. So it's more of an online archive. And so the second point that I would like to highlight was the idea of hostile learning environments. And so that's kind of what is created when you have a university that was founded on the fact of Black exploitation and white supremacy. And so in that aspect, our entire campus is a Confederate monument in a sense. The memorials, the plaques, the street names are all either named after owning dioceses who were slave owners, well, not owning dioceses, but individuals who were slave owners or attribute or subscribe to lost cause narratives and segregation and different things like that. So the question becomes, what do you do when your entire campus is a Confederate monument? And so many have talked about name changes or different programs. And I think that when you have this problem of your campus being an entire Confederate monument, you have to think about, if we change the name, how will we still educate our students in our community and anyone that comes inside the domain on what the history of the university was and what it is now? And I think that needs to be grounded in empowering the Black voices whose exploitation created the endowment for the university and funded the buildings that were able to be built and named after these enslavers or subscribers to lost cause narratives and different things like that. And so I've worked on projects within my university to really outline that and look at how building spaces can be artistically done to where it empowers Black voices and it tells a story. And I think that's the most important part, because I think when we tell stories, it enables people to listen more, and it's a new side to the story. And so in that aspect, we weren't always telling the full story. And so given the artistic expression in buildings, whether it's memorials, whether it's murals, or a tour, or different programming that happens within that building to tell more about its history, it's telling a side that we've never done before. And it's, a bold action when you haven't done it for over 100 years since your university was created. And so it makes a statement to those, who are similar to you in these aspects and are working to create more inclusive spaces as well. And so one of the things I thought about within that aspect was, how do we create living modes of history that tell a story as you walk to class or eat, and create an everyday reminder in that aspect. And I think that when you have art, when you have tours, when you have paintings and different things that tell a new narrative of the university or a new narrative of different ideals, then I think you can have those living modes of history. And I think you can always expand upon them as the time changes, because like I said before, I don't think there's any quick fix or solution that will end oppression. I think it's a generational effort and progress and commitment that you do have to make. And so, the last kind of point is, how can students get involved in this work, and how especially can citizens get involved? And I think in the area that I'm working with, when we're determining the relationship between educational institutions and more extensive conversations on rectifying the misdeeds of our past, so conversations on reparations and different things like that, we have to decide what the role educational institutions with slavery will have in this conversation and what role the federal government will have. And I think in that aspect, in the conversations that I've had with different individuals, it's important to think about what educational institutions are intended to do. And they're intended to educate the next generations of students, faculty, and staff in every regard, and give them the tools they need to be citizens in our society. And so when I think of that, I think of the idea of educational institutions and reparations and being a motivator of, like I said, utilizing living modes of history to tell a story on their campus, but also as institutions holding their federal government accountable for doing the same thing. And so while Sewanee isn't like other campuses still do have Confederate monuments or buildings named after Klan members or subscribers to lost cause mythologies and different things like that. So I think there should be an institutional initiative to hold those around them accountable to doing this transformative work, while also holding the United States government to doing that as well, and engaging in conversations of reparations and what that will look like. Because I think reparations is more than just providing a check. It's investing in Black communities and being intentional about the investments and programs that you're doing. And it's a generational thing. So it just can't happen within a span of 1 to 5 years. It has to be continuously progressed and continuously supported and in an effort to dig at racial oppression and different things like that. And so one of the final things that I'll say today is that in many regards to my research, I found that the University of the South is a microcosm of the United States. And so the initiatives and things that we're doing on campus can really be used to guide the United States and other and its entities in doing this transformative work. And I think that is also the case for a lot of schools who hold ties to the slave trade and slavery. And so I think if these schools were to get together as they are in the consortium of universities studying slavery and hold the federal government accountable to doing the same thing, then I think we can begin to engage in that transformative work. And so one of kind of the concrete things that I thought about how citizens and other people can really get involved in this work is that as we're actively finding out more history and doing more work, I think that one of the things that we found most helpful is for the public to do public transcriptions. And that just happens on websites that have older documents where people on the internet can do transcriptions of them. And it's easier for researchers to then go back and look at them because the transcriptions are already there, because someone's already read the handwriting and different things like that. And so, that's a great way to get involved, but also encouraging your institution to engage in these actions. When you're alumni or you're on different boards or you're on city government, engaging those local officials to hold their federal government accountable to engaging in this work is really important. And so, I would say have conversations with your local policymakers, have them have conversations with those ahead of them to really engage in this. So thank you.
You're muted.
Thank you. I was muted. Let me just say that if you have questions, please send them to visioningabetteramerica.com. And I want to thank very much Klarke Stricklen for that very interesting, personally engaging presentation about the work she's doing, the revisioning work that she's doing to transform the founding vision of the University of the South, which was backward looking, which was retrogressive humanly, into a vision of a university that is forward looking and human supportive and in all the great diversity that human beings are. It's personally meaningful to me, if I could take a minute to comment, because I also went to a Southern University, Washington and Lee University in Lexington, Virginia, which was Washington College until the end of the Civil War. When the presidency of the college was offered to the defeated Robert E. Lee, who accepted and became the president. And he was president for 5 years, died in 1870, and is buried on the campus in the basement of the chapel, which when I went there in the 1960s was called the Lee Chapel. And through the years, small numbers of alumni have been pushing to transform Washington and Lee. And in the 1960s, we were able to actually have a debate in Lee Chapel with the remains of Robert E. Lee under our feet, 20 feet below. And the question was whether university could be integrated. The concept of integration seems very dated because African Americans have been part of America from the beginning. The university has not yielded to the continual pressure of a small segment of the alumni to remove the name of Lee from the university. And there have been many studies and proposals. The university has made small movements in the direction that Klarke Stricklen has seen her university move under the pressure of her and other friends and colleagues to make certain changes in the architecture, in the monumental statues, which are steps, which are very important. But it is so slow. The university, some of the students and faculty back in the 1960s invited Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. to come and speak on campus, and the Board of Trustees refused that possibility. So I'm very heartened to hear the efforts of Klarke Stricklen and her colleagues and the work they're doing. It has a lot of meaning for me. And I see that several other people who are presenters here are in the Zoom room. And if they want to activate microphones and cameras and enter into some questions with Klarke Stricklen, please feel free to do that.
Hi, Klarke. Myra Jackson here. This idea of art and storytelling around your project is very interesting to me. I've just begun to give some thought, actually, to what do we do with these histories? History being told accurately doesn't lead to just destruction, right, of monuments and statues and such, because they are a part of the story. And I think that that's what you're pointing out is, let's take the opportunity to allow the full story to be shared. And that gives it context, yes? I'm curious, are there any living relations to some of these stories that also want to move in this direction? Do you have any information about that? That would be an interesting part of families being able to make sense of histories like this. Because I know many families in the North have done so, whose own families were really a part of the slave trade, hands off, not like in the South, but they were financing ships and benefited from the mercantile activities and the commerce of the slave trade. So I'd be interested in knowing what relations there might be.
Yes, thank you for that important question, Ms. Jackson. I haven't been as involved, I haven't heard of them being as involved in the monuments and memorials, but what I can say is that in a recent project dealing with a scholarship fund that was started by an enslaver, one of the descendants actually was the first one to reach out to transform that scholarship fund into something that would transform the relationship of that donor with the university and who it affected. And so turning it into a scholarship for Black students who were from the specific area where the person had made their money from convict leasing. And so in that instance, the start of the work really came from this descendant wanting to do more and finding out that their ancestor had a connection at the university through a pool of money and directly wanting to turn that money into something else. And I think that's a project that we're still working on, but it's amazing just to learn from that descendant and really engage in that transformative work on a personal level.
Yeah, this is Tom Ross. I just thought I would add an answer to your question, Ms. Jackson, that in North Carolina, a guy named Frank Daniels and his family were descendants of Josephus Daniels, who was an enslaver and who was also, well-known white supremacist, was owner of the newspaper, which is now the News and Observer. And Frank later took over the News and Observer, and he was at the forefront, actually, of being certain that statutes of his family were removed and references to his family name were removed, which I found to be, both courageous and insightful and was deserving of great applause. And I think, it is a difficult issue because I know when I was at the university, we faced it with the names on lots and lots. I was at the University of North Carolina, and they, of course, had lots and lots of issues there recently since I left, but there were some even then about, the names on buildings. One of the most controversial was Governor Aycock, who was actually known as the founder of public education in North Carolina, which he was. I mean, when he was governor, he championed public education and was widely recognized around the state as being, sort of the founder of public education. And yet, the time in which he lived, he was not an enslaver, but he was a white supremacist. And so there's been this tearing apart of what do we do? Do we suppress him? Do we honor him for his work in public education? What do we do? And I think your point of telling the history fully is really important. And, of course, we're facing, like most states now, this attack on critical race theory that somehow we're going to, bad choice of words here, but whitewash history, which is exactly what I think they're trying to do. So I think we're a long way away from just dealing with names and statutes. We're in a fight for telling all of our history and accepting it and being able to talk about it and move forward. And I think I applaud Klarke and others for standing up and doing the right thing on this issue because it's a hard one.
Thank you, Tom. Let me just say briefly, Tom will be speaking on another day, as Myra will. Tom Ross is also the past president of the University of North Carolina and also the past president of Davidson College. So he knows higher education from the highest level. And I have a question for Klarke.
I also know about those small liberal arts colleges in the South,
You say what? Say that again?
I said I also know about those small liberal arts colleges in the South. Right.
But I want to ask a question of Klarke. Tom can also participate because of his history. When you start moving to tell an honest history, like I did as a student back in the 1960s, in a small way with my fellows, trying just to debate integration. And opposing us was the captain of the football team, who was a good old white boy from the deep South. And everything he said to the audience, it was a packed audience, everything he and his colleagues said, opposing integration, which was completely racist language, it got great applause and laughter. And everything that I and my fellows said for integration was met with cold silence. And so right from that beginning experience, I knew that there was very strong resistance to just telling an honest history. And I'm interested to know, Klarke, how do you and your colleagues deal with this kind of resistance? What advice might you give to others? And then Tom can come in and tell us his perspective on resistance. Klarke.
Yes, thank you for that question. So I think the type of resistance that I get would be a lot more different than you would. And so when you were a student, because I think the outright resistance, I think because I came in after, a lot of other Black students had really worked to come to this point, is really not apparent for me. But I do think that the structural resistance is different. And so it looks more of wanting to create programming and different things like that, and having resistance to getting partners on those different programmings and different things like that. Like, I think resistance is becoming different in our age because no one wants to resist, this act of transforming the narrative. So you're having to do it in different ways. And so I'm not sure if I answered your question, but I think
that's very interesting, because in the 1960s, it was much more acceptable to be openly racist, particularly in the South, where, as you're saying, that's no longer acceptable, at least on the surface.
Mm-hmm.
And so where you're confronting resistance is much more subtle, in terms of people saying perhaps, well, I hear you have a new program you're working on, however, our budget doesn't permit it, or something much more subtle and hard to get to. I wonder if Tom...
I think, again, I used to, having grown up in the 60s, I used to believe that, we had made progress. In the last 3 or 4 years, I wonder if we've really made a lot. I mean, clearly we've made progress in some areas, but in terms of actually coming to grips with our history and dealing with issues of race, I'm not sure we've come very far. I watched this debate going on. The University of North Carolina, which I love and led for a while, has had a really rough time. The last 4 or 5 years, and it's in some ways it's a shameful time. You've had Silent Sam, which was clearly it was paid for and erected by the dollars of the American Confederacy, but its dedication speech, if you look at it, was about as racist a set of remarks as one could put on paper. And yet there was, such a resistance to removing it by the governing body, which is now a different party than, it's the same party that got rid of me, but it's a different party than historically led the university. And, they were, they were claiming all this Sam's history. We've got to preserve it. Well, it is history, but do you have to preserve it right in front of the campus? I think that's the question and eventually, there was a protest and it was torn down, and some students and other outside folks were charged for, destruction of property and so forth and so on. And they eventually moved it into storage somewhere. And I don't think anybody knows where it is. And, that was a very, very difficult for the university to go through. And then along comes this most recent tenure case that most people in higher education are familiar with. And, to me is about as clear an example of systemic racism as one could find. This was the night chair at the School of Journalism. It was designed to bring in, career journalists that were at the end of their career or wherever, and bring them to the university and put them on the faculty. Everyone previously had received tenure for the position. Of course, everyone previously had been white. So an African-American woman is offered the position with tenure, and the board of trustees, delays and never acts until she finally says, well, the heck with this, I'm not. And there was a lot of pressure brought on it. And eventually, they did act, and they said they would give her tenure, but it was too late. I think it's just, there is what scares me the most is this clear, deep systemic racism that has existed throughout the history of this country. And we are now trying to say it didn't happen, that it's not real. I know when I was in college, I did an internship, which is probably the reason I ended up going to law school, but it was an internship at Legal Aid in Charlotte. And my job was to go and check housing that was supposed to be used for people that were being displaced when their community was being torn down so they could build big new housing projects. And the houses, they gave me a list of houses I was supposed to check and a copy of the housing code. And it had the addresses, for each house. And I would go down the street and check each house for building code violations. And the first street I went to, I noticed there were 2 street numbers on the list, but no houses to correspond. Every street I checked had that. So this was the federal government padding the numbers to make it look like they had enough housing, quality housing, to move African Americans into when they were displacing them, which clearly they didn't. This is the federal government. It's about as clear an example of systemic racism as you find. Look at what's happened in real estate in America. You can go on and on. And the idea that we're going to somehow deny that and not talk about it is really the most frightening thing in my lifetime, I think.
Well, thank you. I'm just mindful of the clock also. That's wonderful. I think you'll have some more opportunity to illuminate that. Just before we go, I wanted to ask another question of Klarke. And Klarke, you're going to stay with us and be part of a panel a little bit later, so there'll be more opportunity. I wanted to ask you, in terms of the point you were making about that the resistance to telling honest history or transforming or revisioning, if you will, is more subtle and more institutional. Now, I noticed that there's this research program at your university called the Robeson program.
The Robeson Project, yes.
Yes. In creating that and expanding that, does the university support it or what?
Yes, I would like to clarify, I didn't mean like institutional, like in the sense of it being like the institution, because I would like to acknowledge that I've received a lot of respect and help from members within the institution on that, and the institution also funds the Robeson Project. So they are in support of the work that we're doing. And I think that's a point that I made in my presentation, was that it takes this community commitment to engage in this work. And so I think the institution has done a good job recently, especially with engaging in this work as well.
Wonderful. Thank you for that clarification. I think I created the wrong framing of that. What I should have said was certain people in certain positions. Mm-hmm. I didn't mean to say the whole institution. Thank you. Mm-hmm. That correction. It's just been wonderful to hear from you and to know that there is a new generation that's rising that has their eyes fixed on telling history honestly and removing the artistic and the naming and the monumentalizing of the sad chapters of our history. And of course, when we move those monuments out of the public space, we are signaling that we no longer value those people and their causes. We're not removing them from history. We're just placing them in the proper place in our historical understanding. And so I appreciate very much your work. And you'll stay with us, please. It's now my pleasure to introduce Richard Reyes-Gavilan. If he could, yes, there he is. Richard Reyes-Gavilan will talk to us about democracy's potential, the public library. He is the library system director of the District of Columbia. He's an innovator and he's an urbanist. And I would just say personally, I live in Washington, D.C., and I love what you've done to our libraries to make them really a whole new kind of institution. So I'm delighted that you are going to speak with us. Richard Reyes-Gavilan was appointed the executive director of the DC Public Library in 2014, after having worked for almost 20 years at both the New York and the Brooklyn Public Libraries. He was lured to Washington, DC, primarily to oversee the $211 million modernization of the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Library, which recently opened. It will be an inspirational destination for innovation, civic empowerment, and delight. Director Reyes-Gavilan is also aggressively building and renovating neighborhood libraries all over the city. 2 new libraries in the West End and Cleveland Park neighborhoods were awarded the American Institute of Architects DC Chapter Design and Urban Catalyst Awards, respectively. Mr. Reyes-Gavilan was recently recognized by the State University of New York at Albany with the 2019 Excellence in Public Service Award. Director Reyes-Gavilan, welcome.
Thank you, Richard. Can you hear me okay?
I can very well, yes. Oh, and look at the beautiful library behind you.
Yeah, well, I'm actually, between you and me, I'm in my home right now, but this is our new reading room at the MLK Library. And I should say I'm very impressed with your collection behind you. So very, very appropriate for our conversation this afternoon. A couple of things, and I saw that Thomas jumped off the call, but no harm in a shameless plug. He was mentioning Dr. Hannah Jones, whose 1619 project is being released in book form, and we are hosting Dr. Hannah Jones at the MLK Library on November 18th, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're almost already sold out, 500 seat space. So people are very eager to hear her, and we are so happy that she is our neighbor at Howard University. But anyway, and Richard, I got the memo late that this was really supposed to just be me talking. I did put together a pretty decent slide deck. I think that ultimately this is really about the built environment and democracy. So I really did want to add some pictures to make this a little bit more fun and great, terrific. So thanks. So let me begin my remarks by expressing my thanks to Richard Margolies for inviting me to speak today. About 2.5 years ago, I spoke at a symposium at the Cosmos Club here in Washington, D.C. The symposium was called Democracy in America, and my presentation was focused on the new role that public libraries around the country are playing as agents of civic engagement and citizen empowerment. I spoke at length specifically about a library in downtown Washington, D.C. that at the time was under renovation, the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Library. And I highlighted all the new programs and services that the building would be able to accommodate in service of a more just, equitable, and democratic city. Richard was in the audience that Saturday and called me a few months later, asking if I would be willing to revisit that talk for a conference that he was in the early stages of organizing called Visioning a Better America. So while I think we're all disappointed that we're not doing this in person, especially because we know that democracy can't truly be achieved virtually, we are ultimately satisfied that the conference is taking place at all. So thanks again, Richard. I know that this has been a real Herculean effort and more work than you could ever have imagined, but I am so glad to be participating. So it is very interesting to revisit that talk I gave at the Cosmos Club in early 2019 for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is that the library that was still under construction during my talk has now been open for about a year. Certainly open with significant restrictions due to the pandemic, but open nonetheless. And getting it open and finishing construction during a pandemic is a whole nother conversation. It's always a thrill for me to talk about public libraries as agents of civic empowerment, especially because many of the audiences that I speak to are not regular users of public libraries, except perhaps for the sporadic attendance at a major author program or for the use of public library ebooks, and use of our electronic collections continues to surge really across the country. What many people have not noticed, but more and more are taking notice, is that the evolution of the American public library itself over the past quarter century is pretty remarkable. They have evolved from these strictly transactional institutions focused on getting books in the hands of readers and getting the reader out the door, to transformational institutions focused on meeting the social, educational, vocational, and civic needs of residents. I often center this talk around the 21st century library architecture, because new public library architecture and building programs are really central to facilitating the transformational uses about which I will be talking a little bit about today. I'll begin sharing my screen now, if that's okay.
Sure, absolutely.
Great. Do you all have that?
Yes.
Democracy's potential, terrific. So this graphic tells the story pretty succinctly. Credit to the creative team at Meccano Architects in the Netherlands for it. Meccano is the firm that we hired in Washington, D.C. to lead the design work on the MLK Library, and they included this illustration in their submission to show their understanding of the changing role of libraries. Now, you may not agree with everything on this graphic, but I think you get the picture of where we're going from this very sort of one-dimensional institution, which is beautiful in its own way, but to something a bit more complicated, a bit more active, and frankly, maybe a bit more democratic. One thing that I like to point out in this graphic from about 6 or 7 years ago is that this little playground slide on the right-hand side of your screen, I remember when I first saw this and I said, okay, I get the meeting rooms and the coffee and the computers, but the kids slide, maybe that's going a bit too far. But as it so happens, when we opened up the library last year, we do in fact have a playground slide in the library going down from the children's room down to the main floor, and it is fast and kids love it. And what better way to get kids reading and learning than giving them some playful experiences as well. So let me back up and share a quotation from the Center for an Urban Future. This is a New York City-based think tank that has been writing about public libraries for almost a decade. It published a report in 2013, my last year in New York, called Branches of Opportunity, that states a distressingly large segment of the city's population lacks these basic building blocks, basic literacy, language, and technology skills. But the public library has stepped in, becoming the second chance human capital institution. No other institution, public or private, does a better job of reaching people who have been left behind in today's economy, have failed to reach their potential in the city's public school system, or who simply need help navigating an increasingly complex world. And if you are saying, well, this report is from 8 years ago, clearly the technological skills divide is not as significant in 2021 as it was in 2013, you are certainly wrong. Despite the ubiquity of smartphone adoption and the precipitous rise of low-cost laptops and tablets, the challenges of reliable internet access and access to training and skills are still very, very real. Here are a few numbers from the District of Columbia, recent numbers, and you'll see we're a city of 700,000 people, and you'll see that more than 10%, 76,000 DC adults under the age of 65 lack basic digital literacy skills. I mean, these are really high numbers when you really begin to boil down and study them. Almost 2/3 of employed workers in the District of Columbia who don't have digital skills are from Black and Brown populations. And then finally, we see that there are a whole host of new roles that need to be filled in education, construction by 2030 that will benefit from some kind of digital literacy, training, skills development. And that is really a role that the library has leaned into over the past decade and more. and something that we are really thinking about hard how to do better. So I'll go back to the Center for an Urban Future report momentarily, and maybe I'll pose this sort of rhetorical question: how did it happen that libraries could quietly step in and take such a leading role in digital literacy, lifelong learning, vocational training, those sorts of things? This level of optimism and inspiration about the role of the public library in an increasingly digital world did not seem realistic 20, 25 years ago when I started in libraries, especially with the seemingly rapid adoption of affordable high-speed home internet and a major breakthrough in commercial ebook penetration. So in 2000, the horror author Stephen King published a novella called Riding the Bullet. This is the world's first mass market ebook. Hundreds of thousands of copies were sold on the very first day at a really affordable price of $2.50 per book. My colleagues and I at the New York Public Library at the time were standing around that day, expressing awe over what was happening, but internally thinking that we're all going to be out of work pretty soon. I remember having the sinking feeling that I wasn't sure what future public libraries would have in a world where the ways in which information was being disseminated and access was being disrupted so incredibly profoundly. But a funny thing did happen on the way to certain obsolescence, and in many ways we have bold architecture, good city planning, and possibly fear to thank. And in the interest of time, I'll highlight only maybe one building in particular, and this is Rem Koolhaas's 2004 Seattle Public Central Library. And this is my opinion, this building was a game changer for public libraries. It truly revolutionized the notion of what a public library might look like in the digital age. The central gathering space in this jarring, asymmetric glass and steel building was not called the reading room, but it was called the living room, and indicating a really marked shift in how the Seattle Public Library and ultimately many other libraries would define their mission. This was really a dramatic reimagining of a central library. And it was a reimagining not without risk. In libraries, I like to say that nostalgia is currency. If you deviate from the perfect notion of a dark, quiet space fortified by endless rows of 7-foot-high bookshelves, do so at your peril. Public libraries everywhere in the early 2000s, in response to changing community needs, really began to diversify their building programs and service offerings and began moving away from being, once again, these transactional institutions designed primarily to facilitate the borrowing of books, to transformational institutions designed to help residents change their lives, learn new skills, especially digital skills, interact meaningfully with their neighbors, access social services, collaborate with peers, and otherwise participate in civic life. We have many examples of this transformation in Washington, D.C. In 2010, as Richard noted in his opening remarks, we began an incredibly aggressive reimagination of the public library system in D.C., fully modernizing or rebuilding 20 dull, dark, and one-dimensional neighborhood libraries with bright, exciting destinations for community learning and participation. I'll show you a couple of examples of those here. So this is our Anacostia Library from the late 1960s in the Great Ward 8 of Washington, D.C. This was pretty much what every branch library looked like in D.C. up until about 10 years ago. Some small windows and bricks, pretty much a square, nondescript structure. In 2010, we replaced the Anacostia Library with this phenomenal glass structure. And the most important part of the building, despite it being very striking and welcoming, is really when you look into the interior of these library spaces, you've got better sight lines, better circulation of spaces, you've got lower shelves, and you've got many, many more private spaces for people to meet in groups or alone, study spaces, affinity group meeting spaces. So we really decided to create a program around people's sort of living needs as opposed to just people's borrowing needs. And this is sort of a footprint that a blueprint, I should say, that we've used across the District of Columbia. We're so proud of our building that former President Barack Obama came to visit in 2015. And my understanding is that this is the only public library that the president visited in 2 terms in office. So we were very happy to welcome him at the Anacostia Library back in 2015. It was a great morning and afternoon. Maybe one more example. This is another library in the district, the Francis Gregory Library in Ward 7, similar to the old Anacostia Library and so many others. Again, small windows, pretty dark, pretty blah, one-dimensional. Get your books, get on out. This was also rebuilt by David Adjaye, and many of you know David Adjaye, who designed the National Museum of African American Culture and History. This was actually his first project in DC prior to the museum. This beautiful building, striking, also glass and steel, and similarly on the inside, lots and lots of spaces for people to congregate. If you look up the stairs, you see these meeting rooms and study rooms jutting out over the building entrance, low shelves to promote good sight lines and openness, and it is something that are making these buildings so popular, more popular than they were prior to their being renovated for sure. So let me move on to our newest library, and this is the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Library, certainly our most ambitious library project to date. The 400,000 square foot building recently reopened after a 6-year, $211 million modernization, and will certainly redefine the role a central library can play for its city. So despite the 20th century icons most closely associated with the building, that's Martin Luther King Jr., and the original architect, Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, the MLK Library, which first opened in 1972, was never a loved building. It was always an important building symbolically because it was the first major memorial named for Dr. King shortly after his assassination. You can imagine in the late 1960s in Washington, D.C., a city that was at the time 70% Black, with its residents surrounded by monuments and memorials to our founders, all of whom were white and many of whom enslaved Black people. So it was incredibly significant to have the new Central Library named after a Black person, let alone a Black civil rights leader, a controversial person, certainly at the time. It also happened, moving to the architecture piece of the building, it was Mies van der Rohe's only building in Washington, D.C., his only library in the world. It was one of his final libraries. He died actually during design, and I always wonder how he would have felt about the finished product. Frankly, to say that the building itself was unloved is probably putting it mildly. Countless residents have spoken to me over the past 7 years about how much they hated visiting that building for a host of reasons related to lack of inspiration, lack of wayfinding, overall darkness and dreariness, and even real concerns with personal safety. Here's a photograph that I took of the public stairwell at the old MLK Library sometime before we closed for renovation. It's a pretty accurate representation of the overall interior aesthetic. In fact, the flash of my phone probably is being kind to this stairwell. It wasn't as bright as this picture actually seems to indicate. And fast forward to today, and here's a photograph of the new stairwell at the library with 5-foot diameter skylights that allow natural light to pour down 6 stories of beautifully detailed, organically shaped trapezoidal staircases. Thanks to the commitment of our elected leaders, to our current Mayor Bowser and a number of her predecessors, we largely gutted each floor of the historic building and created an intentional destination of lifelong learning and civic empowerment in the district, one committed to equal access to information and services, but also deeply committed to the concept of equity and fairness. We continue to develop a program of services for the new building focused on serving residents with everything from a new cafe that will provide its employees the opportunity to participate in enhanced workforce development programming, to a reimagined local history department concentrating solely on issues of racial and social justice. As I'm sure you all know, DC, we have no voting representation in Congress, and that injustice is something that is very real and tangible for district residents, especially native Washingtonians. So at the library, we continue to focus our collections and programs on giving residents a voice, despite our inability to vote. And these panels that I'm showing you now are from our new exhibition that opened up in the building that we call Up from the People. And this is our latest acquisition. These were panels that were put up during the George Floyd protest last summer. We were able to get these panels that were created very quickly and were placed on the U.S. Chamber of Commerce building downtown. And we were able to get a hold of these panels, and now they are in our collection at the DC Public Library. But it's not just about art, and it's not just about architecture. It's really about the individuals that work in libraries, that create the real value for our residents. And I wanted to talk a little bit about how that too has changed in DC. So early in 2019, the DC Public Library hired its first coordinator of civic engagement. Among the many jobs that did not exist in the old library, this one probably best illustrates how libraries are changing to better address the pressing social and civic needs of residents, rather than simply addressing their reading needs. In addition to coordinating the library's work with the Board of Elections vis-a-vis serving as a voter registration and polling site, the Civic Engagement Coordinator is responsible for identifying partner agencies to populate an entire floor of the modernized MLK Library that will be devoted entirely to community alliances. So imagine coming to the MLK Library, and in addition to getting a good book and participating in an inspiring cultural program, you can also register to vote. You can visit the Department of Health to pick up a COVID-19 at-home test. You might be able to renew your driver's license with the Department of Motor Vehicles. You might get expert assistance on filing your taxes from the AARP, access job placement services with the Department of Employment Services, and sign up for low-cost internet access through the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, all on the same day, all in the same building. And of course, in order to facilitate all these interactions, we had to make some real space commitments in the new building, and that's what we did very early on in the design process. So, before we did much in the way of designing, we were pretty clear that we wanted a big chunk of that building to be devoted to sort of community civic needs. And the whole center, basically, of that building between the first floor and fifth floor is just that. So we sort of put some of the more traditional library services on either wing of the building, but put a lot of the assembly and the community work in the center. And I know that will pay dividends, especially when we are populating that building with a lot of programming, which we currently are not because of just the increasing complexities of the pandemic. But it's a really important decision to be made in order that your building can facilitate the type of sort of civic uses that we had envisioned for it back several years ago. Now, in addition to hiring a civic engagement coordinator, in the past several years, DC Public Library has also hired a certified social worker who herself now employs what we call peer navigators. These are individuals with a lived experience of homelessness who engage directly with library visitors who may need direct intervention and connection to resources such as healthcare, housing, legal assistance, training, and the like. The year before the pandemic, we actually added yet another position at the library, and we called that position the credible messenger. And these are young people with a history of involvement in the justice system who are trained to engage at-risk or disconnected youth with resources to help them hopefully find a better or more productive path. In 2015, we opened our first library in the DC jail. And while we're satisfied with the use of the collections that we've purchased for the jail, we're more impressed with the life-changing programs we've introduced there, everything from author talks to workshops, and even our signature summer challenge reading competition. All this is to say that across our city and across cities everywhere in the United States, public libraries have shifted their attention from people's reading needs to people's learning needs to people's existence needs. What can we do to help create and maintain an engaged and active and maybe even a delighted citizenry? I'll pause here on this slide and offer that awareness of people's reading needs and providing access to a responsive collection of books and cultivating a love of reading are all ingrained in every good library's DNA and something that we will always prioritize. I don't talk about it as much as I should, the collections and the books, but of course it is incredibly, incredibly important. We all know that reading, especially reading longer works of fiction and nonfiction, is central to fostering democracy. Some of you, I'm sure, are aware of the Survey of Public Participation in the Arts. This is a survey conducted every few years by the National Endowment of the Arts. Analysis of these surveys have shown strong corollaries, even when you account for different education and income levels between reading and other forms of civic life that include volunteerism, voting, and even attendance at music and sporting events. With that important caveat in mind, I wanted to highlight other ways that libraries are on the front lines of promoting democracy, especially among our most vulnerable residents who are often most disconnected from civic life. In the past 5 years alone, in an effort to increase participation with the library, we've added evening and weekend and holiday hours when we know a lot of people might only have access to the library during those off hours. We've eliminated all fines and fees related to overdue items, understanding the barriers that fines and fees pose to low-income residents. We've partnered with DC Public Schools to create automatic barrier-free library accounts. We've even eliminated all the costs associated with using our printers and copiers, understanding how many people use the library as a sort of a business center for vital documents. We're delivering free books to keep to every single home in the District of Columbia to children under the age of 5. And we've expanded our digital literacy offerings to include classes on how residents might be better digital citizens, because we know that in this age of misinformation or disinformation, digital literacy involves much more than learning Microsoft Word or how to write a resume. But most dramatically and most visibly, we are promoting democracy through our impressive campus of fully modernized or rebuilt libraries in the district. This is our new Southwest Library that opened a few months ago near the waterfront here in Ward 6. These inspiring destinations of community learning are as popular as ever, despite the fact that the library's ebooks and other online services have made it easy for some of our readers to enjoy the library without ever setting foot in one. So we're serving people in more ways than ever, and we're not showing any signs of slowing down. You may ask, what about the pandemic? What behavioral changes has the pandemic wrought on public libraries? I think it's really still too soon to tell, so I'll table that question for maybe the next conference, Richard. But I will begin wrapping up here. In 2018, American sociologist Eric Kleinenberg published a fascinating book that I highly recommend. It's called Palaces for the People: How Social Infrastructure Can Help Fight Inequality, Polarization, and the Decline of Civic Life. Kleinenberg defines social infrastructure as the physical conditions that determine whether social capital develops. In other words, those institutions that have the ability to foster community and connectedness. He opens the book by describing some research he'd undertaken for another book he'd written about the 1995 heat wave in Chicago that killed hundreds of elderly residents, primarily in underserved parts of the city. What he discovered when comparing neighborhoods that were similar with respect to crime, poverty, and other social indicators was that the death toll was significantly higher in neighborhoods lacking places like libraries and parks than in those neighborhoods that had these types of amenities. The point that Kleinenberg makes over and over is that institutions such as libraries really do serve as catalysts of civic engagement, and in some cases can even be a matter of life or death. And as our elected leaders continue to grapple with a major $1 trillion infrastructure initiative that includes much more than roads and bridges, but also includes some of what is now termed social infrastructure, I'll leave you with the quotation on the screen. In a world where we spend ever more of our time staring at screens, blocking out even our most intimate and proximate human contacts, Public institutions with open door policies compel us to pay close attention to people nearby. After all, places like libraries are saturated with strangers, people whose bodies are different, whose styles are different, who make different sounds, who speak different languages, give off different, sometimes noxious smells. Spending time in public social infrastructures requires learning to deal with these differences in a civil manner. So I will stop there, maybe 2 minutes under time, Richard, and thanks again for the invite. It was really a pleasure to share that with you all.
Well, wonderful. Thank you, Director Richard Reyes-Gavilan. You didn't have to race so much to get through on time, but you had so much to say, and we all appreciate it very much. I wonder if Klarke could rejoin us. Maybe we could just have a couple Q&A for Richard. I see that Klarke is back and Myra is here. I'm just absorbing what you've been telling us, that you've taken this institution, an old, staid institution in a box, distributing little square books, and you've transformed it into a multidimensional catalyst, as you say, really for creating a better democracy of people interacting with their needs, with the public goods that a library is. And you've brought new public goods into your space with the different services of the government. It's just extraordinary. And as a citizen and a user who has come into your libraries, I'm delighted every time I'm there. I see, Myra, do you often have an interesting thought? Do you have any questions for Richard?
Well, Richard, I have to say that when I am looking at the future, it always includes libraries and museums, and also a third space that I think is an important civic space, farmers markets. And when I do my work locally, I focus on those relationships. I'm a Californian, grew up in San Diego. Every Friday was Library Day. Now, in our age, we have lived through many iterations of the impact of technology. But here's what you learn having access to a library is you learn not to take information that you receive on face value. You do your research. You can read on the same topic in a number of publications and find the subtle differences and the variances, and that deepens your thinking and your line of inquiry. Number one, that's a big leap for us all now, as we receive so much information coming at us, is to determine how to ground it in truth we can take action on, particularly when we're talking about citizenry. But these civic spaces have showed up very concretely during the pandemic. And I know you didn't want to mention those numbers, Richard, but here's what we learned about America is we really don't have as much bandwidth as we thought for all citizens. And the lack of that was picked up by libraries. Libraries got involved in food distribution and in covering all kinds of gaps. So you're just right on target in the district on the vision that you've built in. But I want to ask you a question about, have you thought not only about local government and citizenry and participation federally, but also globally? These spaces, as we open up the UN, could be very important. We've been talking to the secretariats about how could we mobilize engagement of citizens in the UN process through libraries and museums. So I'm going to throw that question to see if it's been on the table.
I won't have a good answer for this, Myra. I do know that, what is happening in the District of Columbia is not by any stretch of the imagination unique. What might be unique in DC is just the amount of money that we have invested in the physical infrastructure of libraries. But most cities in the United States right now, and really around the world, in Europe, Singapore, and parts east, are really sort of thriving in this renaissance of libraries. Scandinavia specifically has these just amazing spaces that we can't even think about in the district. And they have the people who run their libraries are called like the director of citizenship or something like that. I mean, it's really, really inspiring stuff. Making the leap to how the libraries can help the UN get along better, and that I honestly have not given that much thought, because we have been thinking very locally. I think ultimately we're very local institutions. We are proud of the fact that we are getting more as these sort of third spaces that you allude to, and spaces where people can resolve differences in a world that is increasingly fractured. So, it is very important for libraries to maintain their inclusiveness, but not just inclusiveness for people who may agree with us politically, but inclusiveness for people who may not. And I think that, especially in urban areas like Washington, D.C., we have to be mindful about, I think, what makes us so powerful, or what could make us so powerful, is bringing in people who disagree with each other and having them sort of talk about their differences and evaluate facts from fiction together. And that's something that I fear may not be, especially in urban areas where we continue to be, where the red and blue divide seems to be more and more profound. A city like Washington, D.C., that votes like 96% Democratic. Unfortunately, we can't flex that muscle where we can bring in a bunch of other people to sort of engage in that really difficult discussion. Although there are some cities that can, DC probably not as much.
So let me see, Klarke. You grew up in Chattanooga?
Yes.
I wonder what the libraries were like there, and whether they had, if they played any part in your growing up.
Yes. So I actually used to go to the library with my mother once a week. And so hearing about Mr. Reyes' work is really important, because I think of the families who visit the library to have that kind of familial connection, and are reading books together, and are learning how to use the computer together and different things like that. So I'm just amazed at the work that DC was able to do that, and in such a very artistic way. And I just hope that other cities like Chattanooga and bigger ones can kind of lead on to that mode. We do have, pieces of art in programming, but we don't necessarily have it as much as you would say DC would have. So yes, thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Maybe we could transition a little bit into a panel and kind of engage each other. One of the challenges I had in creating these sessions was finding presenters who had certain relationships with their interests with each other. People might say, well, what possibly could be the connection between what Richard has done with his libraries and what Klarke is doing with her university? And it struck me as I thought about that you're both dealing with institutions of education in different ways. And you're both talking about transforming those institutions. And you both think of them as spaces where people interact. And I think there are those similarities that are so interesting. And you must have similar challenges. Now, of course, in DC, you have a government that's very supportive of all your innovative ideas, Richard. But I'm interested to hear if you could each talk about the efforts you're making to be transformative, to make better institutions more open spaces?
I'm happy to start. And I was struck a little bit when Klarke was speaking earlier. There was the talk about the monuments and what the spaces are named after and who's included and who is excluded. It's not lost on me that public libraries were also exclusive institutions for many, many years. They were. And I think that there is a legacy in that exclusivity that we have not yet accounted for. So while we're doing all these great things and we're getting a lot of pats on the shoulder, there's still a tremendous amount of equity work that has to take place in our libraries. When you look at who's working in our libraries, it is still a overwhelmingly white institutions in terms of the individuals who have the advanced degrees. And one of the things that we're looking to do is better democratize the staffing opportunities and promotional opportunities so that that master's degree, for example, isn't the only way that you can develop a fulfilling career in libraries. One of the things that concerns me is that, you walk into a library in certain neighborhoods in DC and the staff don't, the community doesn't see themselves in the staff. And I think that that's something that we have to work on, and it's not a change that's going to take place overnight. And it's really a change that we need to have happen across the entire country. But I'll just put it out there that, you can build these welcoming spaces, but if there is a history of people being excluded from institutions, governmental or non-governmental, they're still going to cast a cold eye and have a level of suspicion. And that means that our work just has to be more intentional, and that effort has to be even greater to get people into these spaces to avail themselves of these great resources.
So, Klarke, what do you think about Richard's points there?
I think those are interesting points to be made, especially with looking at who's in those library faces and feeling supportive. And feeling like there are people that look like you in those spaces and that can thrive. And I think that's a big point that I like to make, is that in order to have inclusive spaces, you also have to have this idea of cultural relevancy. So implementing different cultures within those spaces so that people feel welcomed and that they can relate to different things. And so I think that's an important point that's been made in this conversation, because if something was previously exclusive and now they're enacting different strides to make it inclusive, then there has to be some sort of cultural middle point to be able to really transform that space.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, go ahead.
The city of Washington, D.C. just launched last year an Office of Racial Equity. Mm-hmm. And as soon as that office asked for volunteers to serve as a sort of a preliminary cohort of city agencies that want to work together on looking at their own practices to see where there may be blind spots and where they could be doing better, I raised my hand on behalf of the D.C. Public Library. And I'm proud to be one of 12 agencies in district government that will be part of this preliminary cohort. And, one of the things that we don't spend enough time looking at, you look at we talked a little bit during my presentation on just the books on the shelves, but if you look at the whole sort of ecosystem around publishing, who's writing those books, who's got the support to write those books, who's publishing the books, and ultimately what ends up on a bookshelf. Over the past 5 or 7 years, there have been a strong push for having more diverse characters, for example, in children's books. But, overwhelmingly, our books, really speak to a certain part of our population and not all of our population. So these are the little things that, honestly, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I wasn't thinking about when I was working at the library. And it's the little things that will make the biggest changes. And so it's it's interesting and it's eye-opening. And I'm 52 years old, but I'm learning new things every day about how we could do better.
Yeah, I would agree with that point. And that, it is the little things, because it matters what language those books are in, or the accessibility to getting to that library, or even the pictures in the library and who they represent. Is there a mural that represents a certain community? And also the resources. So thinking of the regional aspects of libraries and where they're situated in. Are libraries in urban areas as supported as libraries in, city areas and different things like that? So I would definitely agree with that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Richard.
I was just going to ask Klarke, if picking up on your point, Richard, about who publishes books, I wondered if Klarke, you and your colleagues in your research project and in what you're doing about revisioning your university, if you've been thinking about doing a book about that.
I am sure that some of my professors have thought about that. I know I'm writing my senior thesis on relatively the same topic, but I think that would probably be in the works for the university as well.
Yes, that'd be wonderful. And you might even ask the university to publish it.
Yeah.
Okay, Richard, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to comment on Klarke's. She talked about having to look at even where libraries are located in cities or in urban areas. Last year we published a facilities plan for the DC Public Library. We called it Next Libris, and the idea was to look at ways in which the city was changing and growing and whether we were in the right place, but also taking a look at the footprint of libraries in the city and determining what role possibly the history of racial injustice in our city has in where our libraries are located, how big they are, and what they look like. And we certainly have, some of our smallest libraries tend to be on the eastern side of town. And if you go back and you look at the history of why that is, you pretty much figure out why that is. And so we put together a really forward-thinking proposal to my board of trustees and to the mayor and our elected officials about how we can solve this injustice. And I'm so proud of our mayor, whose team, upon looking at this document, has already funded probably 5 or 6 new libraries over the next 6 years to replace some of these small libraries on the eastern side of town, so that we can solve for some of this kind of historic injustice.
Very good, very good. So, Klarke, so you say you're doing your senior thesis on this work.
Yes.
And how do you see that? Tell us a little bit about that. You're creating literature, you're creating history.
Yeah, so I see my senior thesis as implementing this newer narrative to tell a more holistic story of the university through one of its donors. So that is John Armfield, who was in relation to Franklin and Armfield's slave trading firm. And so I'm looking at, his connection with the university as not only a moral kind of obligation, but also a financial obligation to create an argument for a comprehensive program of reparations at the university. And so in that, I'm looking at different, frameworks for reparations and what that looks like. And as I said earlier, delineating the role between what an educational institution should do in this conversation, but also recognizing that the federal government does have a larger kind of role in this conversation as well.
Yes, I think just thinking about what you're saying, you're in the process of creating. You're both doing research, but you're also creating a new history, a truer history. And I think about Richard's revisioning of his institution and all the new dimensions that he's creating with his colleagues. And it makes me wonder about libraries could also be places where emerging authors like Klarke could come and engage with the public.
Yeah, for sure. We've had residency programs. We've actually got a terrific program started a few years ago called the DC Author Day. And this is a day where we bring published authors and connect them with authors who are just starting out. We have signature author talks, but it's really almost a workforce development program. We have sessions on helping people understand the publishing ecosystem, how you get your book sold on Amazon, how you self-publish versus going a more traditional route. We're always looking for young authors to participate in that sort of celebration of the written word. I mean, there are more and more people who are writing. It is we don't think about writing as entrepreneurship, but it very much is. You're self-employed and you are, trying to sell your thoughts on paper. And so it's important as we both support readers and support entrepreneurs to sort of marry those two through this DC Author Festival.
Yes, that's wonderful. You're highlighting something. Our economy is changing from the production of things to the production of ideas and services. And a library is a natural place for that. And maybe, I don't know if you invite emerging authors and researchers from out of town, but maybe Klarke could be on one of your future panels.
Richard's working on this. I vote for it.
Could very well happen.
Very good.
I just wanted to slip something in there, Richard, as I was thinking about all that this space that we call libraries, and audiobooks. We have audiobooks that are actually the stats are going in that direction, and most are packaging with an audiobook because they have become so popular. And one of the things I've seen in some of the new designs in libraries is that capacity to have the ability to hook up even spaces where you can do your own recordings. And in some of these libraries, there are soundproof booths. And so there really has been some consideration for the creativity and entrepreneurship of citizens in the local community to use the library as a space for that. But also, you could probably say more about the design of the new facility and what spaces you may have in place for that.
Yeah, just I'll interrupt you for a second. And, I wish I could have gone floor by floor over everything that we've got, but we have a whole floor devoted to what we call the creative labs, and it's got recording studios, and it's got a podcasting studio. It's got a personal digital archiving studio where people can come in with maybe their old photographs or their old videos, and they can convert those with some of our expert assistants to cloud-based storage. We've got a dance studio because people often will rent out study rooms in libraries to do like Zumba and some other exercises. So, we tried to put our heads around all the various things that people were doing in libraries. In some ways, our job was easy. We just had to observe and have a lot of community meetings and then just translate that to a building program with our architects. But yes, the idea of recording, and I know earlier we talked about the oral histories that Klarke brought up. It's a huge component of what we're doing in DC as well. But a local council member was a big proponent of capturing the stories of Washingtonians, especially as displacement becomes a bigger and bigger problem in the city of Washington, DC. So we've got dedicated funding for the DC Oral History Collaborative, something that we do in partnership with a number of other agencies in the city. And as part of our new building, we also have a station where people can come in and, we've got a screen and you can press a different subject. And then you have a Washingtonian who's been part of that recorded history, maybe share a few words with you about his or her story.
This is a modern lyceum idea. Secondary education, a place to be immediate in hands-on learning that is timely. And there you are. You've just brought the lyceum back to life again. That was a part of the 13 colonies.
Yeah. I hadn't thought of the lyceum, but yeah, okay.
Also, in a sense, you're dematerializing. You're moving away from things to, when you talk about activeness, you're talking about stimulating people in a non-material way, and kind of to think, to inspire.
And an old colleague of mine from a million years ago used to say, it's about the content and not the container. And I think that that's something that we've sort of taken to heart.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's wonderful. Just a personal story. As a young boy, one of my favorite activities was to go into the central branch of the Free Library of Philadelphia, which is a huge classical building. It's rather beautiful when it's marble and everything. I was inspired just by the architecture. And I used to love to wander through the stacks and just look at books. And I was interested in history. And I was going down and I was opening books of history and looking. And I opened a book of photographs from the Holocaust. And as a young boy, I didn't know anything about the Holocaust. And I just opened and I saw these pictures and I just kind of melted. And I was just confused. You know, what is this? And I started to read, and it was a transformative moment in my life.
Yeah, well, it's nothing will replace the serendipity of browsing down an aisle and picking up a book that you weren't thinking about doing. And I'll plug my friends at the Philadelphia Free Library who do such amazing work. They've done some renovations at their library as well, and they've opened this phenomenal culinary education center, which is it's a sort of democracy through food, really. And I think you had a panel on food earlier. They've got a community kitchen where they do classes, and they work with residents to put together books of menus that are easy to do at home. It's a great, great learning destination, one that we couldn't have in our library in DC for some code reasons. But Philly is doing some very, very interesting things.
Wonderful. Well, you both, Klarke and Richard, have given us models of what a citizen can do to transform an institution. Richard, of course, is at the top of his institution, and Klarke is working her way through her institution as a young person. But you both are models of citizens who are active, who are transforming your institutions. And you so much exemplify the concept of this conference, and really to all citizens, which is it's through our activity that we make a better America in the places where we live. And so I very much appreciate, Klarke, your participating with us, and Richard also. And I look forward to holding the next conference actually in Congress, in the House of the People. And I hope you'll both participate and also be part of us as we turn this into a book and a course. So I just want to thank you both very much.
And if Congress doesn't work out, Richard, you can always rent our conference center at the new MLK Library.
There you go. All right. Okay. Thank you for the invitation.
All right. Thanks. Thanks again. Bye, everyone.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Myra, thank you for all your participation.